Agnes Lumala, who's the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, Uganda. We have Mr. Mark Irura, who's the AI advisor from GIZ. And last but not least, we have Mr. Cloud Migisha, the Digital Development Expert and Research Fellow from Research ICT Africa. Okay. Let me get closer to them. Okay, thank you very much for joining us, Mark. I think let me just give a curation of what the discussion we are about to have is about. And so today's session title is Digital Era: How can public sector leaders leverage AI for the SDGs and for the AU Agenda 2063? Now, the Africa we want is the Pan-African vision of having an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, which is driven by its own citizens, and then which is also representing a dynamic economic force. And it's against this backdrop that we have the achievement of the SDGs and also the steering of the Agenda 2063. Some of the key outcomes that we are seeking to achieve with the Agenda 2063 include the improvements of the living standards, transforming inclusive and having sustainable economies, modern agriculture, amongst others, such as peace and security within the continent. Now, I'd like to just give us a few facts before we segue into our discussion. As it stands, the sub-Saharan region is not listed in any of the top 10 countries, which is expected to benefit the most from AI. However, we are definitely, we are one of the regions that is actually being affected the most with the use of AI and its impacts on our societies. And so many a times we have seen that it is the private sector that seems to be leading or spearheading, whether it is the use, the adoption, the deployment of these technologies. But for our purposes of our discussion today, we'd like to take a look at how public sector is actually being involved, how it is steering these discussions, and what are some of the ways we can maneuver to ensure that Africa is actually benefiting from the developments around us. And so to kick us off, I am going to be allowing each one of our panelists to introduce themselves, share a bit of their work, even as they get into an overview of what their landscape looks like in terms of AI and its adoption within their sectors. So let me start on my far right with Mark and then move across the panel.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Mark Irura. I work with GIZ. I've been working on the AI topic since 2021. I work in a program, a global program called Fair Forward. In Kenya, it's anchored under the Digital Transformation Center at GIZ. And we have been working primarily on three basic areas. One is how do we build capacity on the job as far as this topic of AI is concerned, because we have like traditional computer science graduates. A lot of times you'd find those are the people who who move on to be able to do data science work. And now AI as a topic has come, so machine learning as a topic or as a module when you're doing your undergrad or postgrad. So capacity for people who are there, people who will have to make decisions over what AI systems might be deployed, how do they understand those issues, and some who might be involved in developing policy. The second work stream that we work on is use cases, like how could we showcase or tell what AI can do, both in government or in the public sector, as well as in, socioeconomic sectors such as agriculture. And then lastly, advice on policy. How could we think about policy that might shape our thinking around AI. So we have 5 countries in Africa, 2 in Asia. I think I'll talk through them as we go along, but that's an intro of what you're doing. Do I delve into the?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So let me allow the other panelists to also give us an introduction to themselves and their work, and also how AI deployment is looking in their specific sectors before we can segue into the other questions. Honorable Nema.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Nema Lugangira. I'm a member of parliament in Tanzania, but I'm also chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. As members of parliament, we decided to set up a network called the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance that brings together members of parliament from African countries so that we can strengthen our own role as parliamentarians towards digital development in Africa, and I'm very pleased to be here. I think I'll touch on the type of work that I'm doing when we get to it. Thank you.
Protocol is observed. My name is, I'm Dr. Lina Sarah Matthew. I'm the Director General for Science, Technology, and Innovation at the Minister of Higher Education, South Sudan. I would like just to brief us, give little information about what the country is doing in terms of AI, especially the Minister of Higher Education, more specifically the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation. AI in South Sudan is a kind of a new emerging technology in the country. Most of the people have not yet understood it. And it's a kind of emerging technology that we as South Sudanese are still trying to understand how it works, although it has been also used as apps for research, researches, And at the Minister for Higher Education, especially the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation, it is incorporated in the policy document that has been that was out some few months ago. So we are kind of, I could remember yesterday, one of the speakers was saying, the people who are missed the ship 20 years ago. I think South Sudan is one of the countries that has missed the ship 20 years ago. And it doesn't mean that we are not prioritizing the AI. The country has just installed the first phase of fiber optics, meaning we are now trying to move on. In terms of governance, in the light of technology, let me say in the light of ICTs and AI, we are still also lagging behind because most of the government institutions are even missing portals, meaning most of the things are still done traditionally, though some part of the world has already moved on. Now, in terms of, in the light of SDGs and the AU agenda, of course, we have to move together. So for South Sudan, as an obvious status, we are still lagging behind, but we turn all the challenges we had in the country into opportunities, and we are open to collaboration, partnership, so that we move with the rest. In terms of policy of AI in the country, we still don't have it, all right? And the ethics governing the AI, we don't have it, all right? So we are moving on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Lina. And we'll come back to some of the issues you have raised. But I'd like to allow Ms. Agnes to also introduce herself and her work, as well as Mr. Migisha. Then we can come back to the details.
Thank you. Protocol observed. My name is Agnes Frida Namlindwa Lumala. You need to correct something small that they corrected in the program. I'm not the Deputy Permanent Secretary. I am just a representative of the Permanent Secretary. So for this engagement, I'm representing the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance Uganda. But on a normal, I run the academics of the Specialized ICT Institute of Government under the Ministry of ICT. So it's a special agency to take care of human capacity for ICT, responsible for skilling, reskilling, and upskilling in ICT. In terms of where we are at.
Actually, let me allow Mr. Migisha to introduce himself, and then we come back to what it's looking like in our respective countries. Yes.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Claude Migisha. I'm an independent digital development expert. I've worked on a number of projects, and here specifically, I'll talk about my work with the African Union on the data policy framework, as well as my work with UNESCO. It's great to be here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I think let me just get right into it and start with Honorable Nima, looking at Tanzania, to just explain what the extent to which the public sector in your country has been able to either get ready for digital transformation or AI adoption, and what are some of the scenarios you're finding within your country?
Thank you. So basically, in Tanzania, first of all, we're very fortunate that our president, Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, is very much committed to digital transformation and the use of emerging technology, including AI. And she's been a pioneer in championing things like investments in telemedicine and the like. Now, in terms of AI use in the public sector, Tanzania currently has we currently have a national digital health strategy that was between 2019 to 2021, and that focused on, the use of emerging technology like AI in the health sector. But we also have, I think Tanzania currently is the first country in Africa where the judiciary has started to use AI for issues of, I think it's new transcription and translation system, which is a great innovation. Of course, on the other side of that is the judiciary also has to be ready to start dealing with complaints or grievances on people who have experienced misuse of AI. So that's the flip side of that. But there's also efforts and potential efforts of using artificial intelligence, for example, for the agricultural sector, in terms of forecasting the use of fertilizer and the type of fertilizer, in terms of climate, flooding forecasting, etc. So the government of Tanzania is prioritizing new technology, is prioritizing artificial intelligence. The different ministries within the government are also setting up artificial intelligence strategies for the respective ministries. However, since Parliament is a separate arm of government, so I think I'm better positioned to speak as a parliamentarian. So in terms of Parliament, our efforts in Parliament is to first advocate that as a country, we need to have an artificial intelligence strategy, that will inform all these different sector policies. What are they supposed to participated in the process of, currently the AU, we have the AU Draft Continental Artificial Intelligence Strategy that will hopefully inform all African countries on how to address the issues of artificial intelligence. But when it comes down to it, parliamentarians have a critical role to play because we are the ones who write legislation and pass legislation. So I think it's very important for stakeholders to make sure that in whatever efforts that we're making in artificial intelligence, not to leave parliamentarians behind, because at the end of the day, it is we as parliamentarians who are going to create those laws, which in the end, you may end up pointing fingers at us, saying you don't like the laws, but then in reality, you have not engaged us appropriately. So then again, you need to point the fingers back to yourselves, kind of thing. So I think what I'm trying to say here is very important to making sure that we engage parliamentarians and we capacitate our parliamentarians. And very quickly to sum up, as a parliamentarian myself, I understand the importance of public sector and public sector officials to also understand what is artificial intelligence. You know, and here I would like to thank UNESCO, UNESCO headquarters, through the ADG, Dr. Tawfiq Jelassi, because I met him back in June 2022, and I asked for the support of, you know, our government officials in terms of artificial intelligence. And right now, UNESCO has signed 2 agreements with the ICT Commission in Tanzania to capacitate the public sector. So I think that's a good move towards making sure that the public sector is also well capacitated on issues of artificial intelligence. But alongside that, also parliamentarians, we need the adequate capacity building to understand on what is artificial intelligence. Because much as there is good, there is also potential risks. So just to sum up, I'm going to talk about a little bit of the risks of artificial intelligence, which have to be spoken. You know, we can't just speak about the good and forget the bad. So number 1 is the deep fakes. You know, there's a huge risk of deep fakes, misinformation, and this unfortunately creates a higher risk to women in public office and women in politics. In particular, the issue of gender technology facilitated gender-based violence, online abuse. Women in politics receive an incredible amount of abuse online, which can be intensified by the use of artificial intelligence, in the sense that, you know, we are in the public domain, so our voices are everywhere. Our videos, even here I'm speaking, they're everywhere, and people can use artificial intelligence to create a scenario that I've said what I've not said, or I'm where I've never been. So these are things that need to be addressed. The other one, very quickly, is the risk that artificial intelligence has towards negatively influencing election. As we know, most African countries are going through election this year, next year, 2026. But we also need to consider how can artificial intelligence be used in such a way that cannot negatively influence our election through AI bots, etc. And then finally, there's an issue that generally isn't much addressed, but for artificial intelligence to operate, we need data. And data is money. So there's a huge issue of data monetization. And unfortunately, for African countries, we are being abused with our data, in the sense that most of the AI companies are multi-tech companies, which have head offices not in Africa. They come to Africa and extract data and monetize on the data. And when our governments want to access that very same data that was extracted for free from our countries, our governments have to pay for that data. So if we're truly going to talk about the use of artificial intelligence, we need to also understand this issue of data monetization. And how are we going to address data monetization to make sure that Africa is not abused by the lack of, you know, the AI infrastructure in place. And finally, at the IPU, there's an organization called the IPU, which is the Inter-Parliamentary Union, which brings together 180 national parliaments. So it's like the parliament of parliament. And I'm the co-rapporteur of the IPU resolution on the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. So if any of you have some inputs on that, you know, I welcome you, and we can share during the breaks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nima. You have raised, yes, please. You have raised some key issues around legislation, and this also came up during Dr. Lina's conversations around the policy document. In Kenya right now, legislation is a hot topic, and so we have the ongoing, of course, the finance bill issues that are going on, but in the digital space, we have the ICT practitioners bill that keeps coming back up. We have the AI and robotics bill conversation that is also, it seems to keep coming up, and there's been a lot of contention between the digital ecosystem players vis-a-vis some of the legislation and the laws that we are getting coming out. And so I want to turn to Mark and ask you about your work and your engagement with the public sector, and specifically the different governments that you work with in trying to enhance their capabilities, and also in trying to ensure that they are actually participating, should I say actively, or in an efficient manner within this conversation.
Okay. So as Fair Forward, we work in 5 African countries. We are active in South Africa. In East Africa, we have Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. And then we have Ghana in West Africa. Our countries are at different places in terms of, let me not call it readiness, it has another meaning. Let me use the lens of a techie. By readiness in this sense, I would talk about where digital automation began in government. So I would talk about Kenya, for example. I think I had the privilege of working in government and also from private sector, So around 2004 to 2006, then there are a lot of these digitization initiatives in government. And it is looking at making a process that was manual and re-engineering it to be a process that can be more efficient, that can reach more people, and maybe for us in Kenyans, you have to go and see somebody, and they don't want to serve you; they will send you somewhere else as soon as possible without looking at the piece of paper that you have. So, with that, a specific set of skills has to be built. And as a techie, let me use some jargon. It is always a 3-tier application, like that became the buzzword, that you have an application that can be accessed over the internet. So the skills that were built were, can I manage data? Can I manage the machines which are managing this data and this application? And then, of course, the developers. So at that time, the developers were coming from outside the continent. So you had the banks, for example, implementing Infosys. A system from India. We have government, procuring systems from outside. But coming back to now, I think we have these sets of skills to really manage data well. Okay, there are still data that sits in manual registers, like in files. A lot of procurement data still sits in files. But we have the expertise, I think, broadly to manage data, because we have these programs that have trained people over the last 20 years. Now, moving into the AI realm, and in the room, there are a lot of people who are doing this work or teaching. I think the gaps that are there right now is the skill set that are required for data science and making sense of all this data, and also moving us to the next realm where we can build models, we can do the AI. They are not necessarily there, and they require stronger partnerships. They require us to work with academia, because you cannot be an expert in everything in the traditional sense. You cannot be in one tier. You can't just be a data person or a middleware person or a front-end person, so to speak. So it requires partnerships. That's number one. And so what we have been trying to do in the countries that I mentioned is, based on where they are in their journey, in their digitization or automation journey, because that's where we start, is do we think about forging the partnerships that need to be forged to produce something? So in Rwanda, for example, and in Kenya, the low-hanging fruit in terms of building something, and I'll highlight that as a use case, was to be able to advance just a conversational chatbot that can converse. So in Rwanda, it was based on COVID. The project started in 2020, and they were able to have a bot that could communicate in Kinyarwanda. And this was to just give information. It was not transactional. So the knowledge base is a fixed set of data based on the skills that exist. In Kenya, we did something with the business registration service. They register businesses, and we wanted to give information to young people to be able to access the registry information, because it can be very legal, it can have a lot of legal jargon. So they can ask a question in English or in Swahili or in Sheng, but the government does not communicate in Sheng formally, so it will respond in English or Swahili. And those are examples of things that we are doing in the first pillar to kind of advance. Allow me to mention one last one on policy. Again, the countries are different stages, but we have been involved in the countries that I mentioned. Like, for example, in Rwanda, we supported the development of the national AI strategy there, and in Ghana. The point there being, because we are at different places and we have a different outlook, Kenya's process for an AI strategy is going on now. It is important to be sensitive to those. In India, for example, they did, at a subnational level, a guide on how to procure AI systems, for example. So it's a mix, and that's kind of a background and also what we are trying to work on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. I'll come back to you in just trying to explore a bit more of the tools that are going into that. But let me allow Ms. Agnes to speak to Uganda and what AI transformation is looking like in the public sector there.
Thank you for that. For us, most of what is happening is guided by the digital transformation agenda of 2023. Before that, there were quite endeavors in the public sector, mostly in the academia domain. As you heard yesterday from the doctor who leads the AI lab. So there was a lot of work going on in the side of academia, but what the digital transformation roadmap has brought on board is a refocus of the public sector to ensure that we are not leaving anyone behind, because the work that was going on in academia mostly before that, if you realize, was at the higher levels, but the roadmap helps us to check whatever is going on with AI at the different levels. And in the agenda, I'll focus on two pillars to give you examples, and I'll seal it with the government efforts in some of the areas, where they are first of all committed resources. So it has become routine that each financial year resources go to that. But away from that, they are into full implementation of AI solutions. So the pillar I'll start with, which of course, as I introduced myself, I have supported a lot for a very long time. I've been in ICT education since 2003, but I've also been privileged to work in the banking sector of the country before I joined ICT education. So I feel I understand the skilling pillar, the digital skilling pillar, quite a bit. That pillar is an intersection of all the other pillars. Every other pillar reads into it. Infrastructure without the skills, digital services and applications without the skills, legal and regulatory environment without the skills. So I'll start with that. And government is very intentional right now to ensure that it leads, the skilling that informs AI and everything around it. And it has taken on a project to skill different ICT officers. And the selection of the officers is intentional to start with the lowest level. So you have the basic level who are the ICT officers, and these go down into the local governments. That means, for example, when you have passed on digital literacy, they champion the cause at the parish level to take care of aspects like, that may look as simple as fear of technology, which seems to be a big one that is creating biggest of the gaps. We realize this technology is available. People are already part of the digital space, but they are not even aware. I'll give you an example on that, where with the Skilling Institute, we have a program that goes out into the communities of all over the country. We utilize the model of digital change agents, and that is supported by ITU and Huawei on the other side. And for that one, we've been scaling small business people in the markets all around. And what is interesting is that when you reach, I'll talk about the market women and subset them. When you reach them and say, these matters of the digital space and what you can do with it, they say those things are for, and then they state who they are for. So government being intentional on hand-holding the ICT officers that are reaching them in the local governments is helping to drive, and the impact is out. There is a very recent ICT skills needs assessment. It should be out by the end of July, the results officially published. But the preliminary results are showing that those efforts have stepped up, the literacy levels and skills that are available at that. So that shows you we are ready to uptake. Away from that, it takes on the middle tier, where it now has the seniors and the commissioners and those levels. So that, again, it is leading in scaling, everybody who manages and regulates this AI and every impact it has. For that particular program, our permanent secretary was the first to go to class. And the message there was, we have to be constantly on the skill lane from top to bottom so that nobody feels left out. The beauty with the model we've run for that one as government is that we are also recognizing that much as it's very important to localize this conversation, we can only leverage full benefits if our skills are again recognized in the international arena, because we are not an island as a country. So this endeavor has had 21 programs to skill at different levels: digital literacy, big data, cybersecurity, cloud computing, enterprise architecture, and project management, and so on. And for all the programs that have run for over 1,000 ICT officers at the different levels, they must end into professional certifications in each of the areas, be it that the certifications are local, regional, or international. If I move to the side of the regulatory, we are already underway. If you look at the Registration Service Bureau Act, which takes care of intellectual property in the different aspects. However, the ministry has endeavors to keep up to pace with the gap that comes between the law and where the technology drives the conversation. And an example is if you look at the copyrights and other rights, where it is very clear that an AI model cannot be an innovator, then the ministry takes up the mantle to ensure that you are not creating any gaps with the many innovations that are now up under the National ICT Innovation Hub that has been created by the ministry. So it has gone ahead to create IP guidelines to manage locally built systems, applications, and innovations. So that way you plug any small gaps that may come up. Otherwise, it's on rolling with the Uganda National 4IR strategy, especially taking care of the pillar of enablers and ensuring that that infrastructure is available enough. To not impede AI. I will go last with an example. I think I've given you a lot, though I'm even jumping. The loud adoption right now is in the area of water. So under the Ministry of Water and Environment, they've adopted industrial IoT solutions into the solar-powered systems that are running the water systems, especially far off into the rural areas. So they are using this to monitor and control those systems so that when there are issues to handle service delivery is not hampered for these systems being out there and about. The second one is energy. But this one, we have to recognize the effort of the private sector. For this one, there's very heavy private sector presence, where government partners with private sector to generate energy, but then government intentionally dedicates resources to manage the energy grid smartly. There's lots of examples. And I urge anybody who comes to Uganda to visit the National ICT Innovation Hub, where this conversation is going on really prime as government puts a foot on the regional ICT hubs in the different regions, east, west, north, and southwest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of work going on in Uganda. And let me just go back to Dr. Lina before I go to Mr. Migisha. You talked about, the lack of policy and also it seems that, it's still gaining traction within South Sudan. Probably we'll just speak to the skilling because this is coming in and it seems to be an underbelly for all these developments and deployment. So how is the skilling looking like in the public sector space in South Sudan?
Yeah, thank you so much. In terms of skilling, the universities are doing better in that area. Only that, for the AI to be effective, we needed like 4 pillars, right? 1, you needed a power source, right? And in the country is still challenging. The government did not install its own electric power source, only we access it through private sector. That is 1. 2, we needed fast internet, and also that one is run by the private sector. And 3, we also needed a human resource, the skilling you're talking about. That one is a challenge, right? Then the data infrastructure, right? So for us for AI to be very effective, you needed a data center, data source. And although the government is actually trying hard and taking AI seriously, it's still these 4 pillars remain challenging, right? So this is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think something that I will pose to all my panelists to just think through is that intersect between the private sector and the public sector. Are they able to work harmoniously for the good execution of AI? Okay. So let me go to Mr. Migisha. And the question for you as Research ICT, which is a think tank, is around just conducting the readiness, the public sector readiness index across our different countries. How have you seen that to be? What are some of your findings and observations as relates to this?
Yeah, thanks. I think as far as RIA is concerned, one critical intervention that we've worked on is on the AU data policy framework. This is a continental instrument that all the member states have signed up to, and the work actually happens even at the regional level. And speaking of AI, I think since yesterday we've all heard that there's no AI without data, and what we've been able to do working with the African Union Commission is really to work with countries to try and understand existing policies, because we cannot talk about the Agenda 2063 or tracking the SDGs without utilizing data. So data is a critical element for our respective countries in the region, but also across the continent to be able to track progress. Now, in terms of some of the key aspects that the AU data policy framework is looking at, many of them have been touched upon by previous speaker, but also even yesterday. There are about 5 aspects if you want to really unlock the value of data and enable AI innovations. The first one is data governance. And what we've observed is in many countries, this is a relatively new topic that public sector officials are trying to understand currently. When we are doing the trainings with the countries, senior officials from the ministry, you see that it is still new to them, which affects even other areas in their respective countries. The other issue is data infrastructure. And again here, Speaking of the AU, there's the idea of, allowing cross-border data flows, which is linked to the recent Free Continental Trade Agreement. But at the same time, as I think others spoke even yesterday, there are issues around data sovereignty, for instance. There are issues around data localization, where on the one hand, countries want to really get full benefits of their data. They want to ensure there's safety. But on the other hand, the more you localize, the more you lock in yourself, the more you're not open to global opportunities, the more it penalizes the innovations, the more it penalizes the innovators. So again, it's a very slippery area that countries are still struggling with. Some are very adamant on localizing their data, which also limits investment by foreign companies. That's another area where the policy speaks to. And the other one is data privacy and protection. It's true that the number of countries with the legislation in Africa has grown. I think last time I checked, there are about 40 countries. But again, some of this law or legislation or policies lack context. Much as we can benchmark against global best practices like the GDPR, the majority of these laws lack context, are not developed in the whole of society sort of setting, primarily strongly state-driven, and not having all the actors in the room, which affects their implementation. Again, that's another area we need to look at. And if you try to look at the rankings, there's been a number of studies and rankings like 2 weeks ago, the Global Responsible AI Index. If you look at East African countries, I don't think we are doing well. Even the annual government AI index, if you look at our countries, if you look at privacy protection, much as we might have laws, I think the implementation is a serious problem. It's mostly government-led, government supply, not having all the actors involved. The other aspect is data accessibility and openness. Again, we cannot talk about AI innovation, we cannot talk about the dividends of AI in our countries without really opening up the data, without attracting the private sector to build services on top of the data. In East Africa, again, Kenya, for instance, has an open data portal. A few other countries are trying to do that, but at the same time, I don't think we are seeing a lot of result in terms of supply and demand of data. The demand side of data, speaking of innovators, innovation ecosystems, are primarily frustrated. They can't get hold of the data to build innovations, which can actually unlock the digital economy. And unfortunately, as one of the panelists mentioned earlier, some of this data is ending in foreign companies, which is really unfortunate. I was doing an assessment in Kenya 2 years ago on digital agriculture, and I realized that most of the farmers out there are using social networks than actually using local solutions. Local solutions built by local entrepreneurs, but they rather use social networks which are not hosted in the country, which I don't think pay any tax, are just getting the money out of the economy. So I think we need to look at really unlocking the data, which could unlock private businesses, which could help our local innovation ecosystem. Just this morning, as I came through, so I had my tag, I had my badge tagged by security, and then I had to write my name on the other desk. And I was telling them, this is duplication. This very data you're getting, you can actually use it to see who was in the room. Why do I need to write my names again? And I was telling the people at the entrance, actually, if this attendance data, if we consent, private sector can build on top of it. We are here, let's say, for a week stay or 2 week stay. We don't know where to eat. We don't know where there's good karaoke in town. We don't know where the protests are going to be. All this is information which can end up in the hands of private sector And these people can make money. So all these are missed opportunities. And lastly, the other aspect is capacity building. Again, I think we've talked about it a lot since yesterday. We cannot talk about all this data, AI, innovation if we are not capacitated. And again, back to the AU data policy framework, we've been working with public sector officials, really training them so that they understand even the basics. Sometimes our countries are trying to, replicate what's happening elsewhere. We're trying to catch up, as they like to say, and we forget the basics. I think it's time that, we start from the basics, we get things right, we understand what is data interoperability, data management, the basic stuff. Then AI, if we have all these things in order, AI will just be the easiest part. So I think it's really critical that we understand all these components, especially senior officials from public sector, because they are the one who govern, they are the one who establish the policies. It's really critical that they are capacitated to be able to understand these things instead of being pressurized to deliver and appear in global rankings without necessarily having all the basics in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've touched on something very crucial because you cannot talk about AI and not talk about data. And I think in our work as the Lawyers Hub, we've been doing a lot of capacity building initiatives for the judiciary specifically, and it's helping us see how the public sector is engaging very differently with data. So for example, last week we were training judges on emerging technologies, and one of the topics was around data governance. And something that actually came up really strongly was we cannot interface, for example, with the judiciary the same way we'd interface with a private sector personnel dealing with data, especially because for the judiciary, they're coming in as, offering access to justice. They're handling, they're an independent arm of government, and the data is coming out as a public record. So even as we are talking about data protection or data governance, there was a call to think about how exactly are we engaging with the judiciary when we are telling them to have data protection or data governance initiatives in place. And then, as you have also talked about, the different tiers, I think Mark is the one who raised this, the different tiers as to, the extent of adoption or deployment of AI. We also noticed that, of course, within the judiciary and many judiciaries across Africa, we are still not, there is the very initial stage where we are finding a lot of our judiciaries, like Honorable Nima talked about, are looking at transcription, they're looking at e-filing, but we have, other jurisdictions whereby we already have robotic judges. In China, we are having the judiciary actually just putting in systems that will handle the traffic accidents, or will handle what we call in Kenya, the small claims court. Those very minor infringements are just being handled by the tech bit of it. And so I think I'd like to ask Mark to just tell us if there are any tools or any innovations that you have found to actually be successful when you as the private sector partner are dealing with the government or dealing with the public sector. And then I'll have Honorable Nima talk about, how is that interaction looking like from where you're seated as an MP between the public and the private sectors. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the question. So I already mentioned two things that we have been working on, and maybe the deeper dive in that is, let me use the example of the bots that we built. When the government is giving a position on a particular issue, so for example, during COVID, it was stay at home, or these are the hours. For you to build that particular tool or solution, you have to collect data or generate data so that you can train the tool. And we call it's domain specific. It should not come up with something. It should not come up with a result. In other words, it should not be generative. I think we'll get there in government eventually, but for now, I think because of safety,
Thank you for that. Honorable Nima, just speaking to that conversation, and also, like you said, the government is leading or setting the tone. How are you finding that members of parliament or the parliamentary role in leading within the digital era and also just promoting especially ethical and fair use of AI?
Thank you. I think one of the things as parliamentarians, first of all, is a good number of us are using our platform as members of parliament in our respective parliaments to raise awareness of these pertinent issues. For example, in Tanzania, I remember back in 2021, I raised the issue that the government of Tanzania should start charging digital service tax to the tech multinationals like the Google, Amazons, etc., because they are extracting revenue from Tanzania, but they were not paying any taxes in the country. And 2 years later, fast forward, between July 2023 and April 2024, the Tanzania government was able to collect 12.6 billion Tanzanian shillings of tax from these companies, an amount which was never collected before. So there are times in which when we're discussing issues of taxation, I think it's important for all stakeholders, including private sector, to understand that if other sectors are paying taxes, also the digital sector should pay taxes if it reaches the thresholds that are meant for paying taxes. So it's important to recognize that the digital sector, internet, has gone on, for over 2 decades without being regulated or taxed and things like that. But it has come a time where it has to change because it is a revenue-generating sector. But the issue is how to tax so that it doesn't infringe the growth of the sector at large. So that's number one. But number two, also to use, this is an important thing of collaboration. In private sector are working on different innovations or different interventions that are policy related. I think it's important to engage parliamentarians so that when parliamentarians have the right capacity and understanding of these issues, we can then use our own platform in parliament, in the House and out of the House, to advocate for these key issues. So essentially, we are your allies, but you find that the private sector turns to work in silo, and then that's where the gaps, start to surface. I think it's very important to recognize that in government, there's 3 arms. There is executive, parliament, and judiciary. So it's equally important to look at parliamentarians, to start scouting for parliamentarians whom you can work with, who can be capacitated to understand the respective topics. And then we can then raise them in the floor and also follow up on whatever commitments that the respective governments have made. The other issue is, much as we're speaking about the good of artificial intelligence, technology, etc., we also have to recognize the need of having meaningful connectivity in Africa. Most of the discussions that are happening here are more relevant to urban, or even if it's opportunities, it's probably private sector in the urban setting that will be most able to take advantage of. But we have to look at what about the rest of the country, and artificial intelligence creates a risk of further leaving people behind. So for example, I come from Kagera, it's a border region. We border Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi. So I, for one, understand the challenges of being a border region. Because you find there are parts of my region whereby you can get mobile connectivity of Uganda. Other parts you get the mobile connectivity of Rwanda or of Burundi. And the mobile connectivity of the mobile networks in the country are not as strong as the ones from the neighboring countries. But then there are issues of the data roaming, being able to use the numbers or accessing into the network that is available, and you're all from East Africa. So all of these things, we need to talk about meaningful connectivity. And furthermore, what about the digital skills? Because if you're capacitating judiciary is not just in the cities. The judiciary is also in the rural settings. How are we capacitating them? If it's politicians, how are we capacitating them? If it's private sector, if it's innovation, it doesn't mean that innovation should only come from urban, or only people from the cities know how to innovate. And in actual fact, 60 to 70% of our population are in farming. Farming happens in the rural setting. Why don't we capacitate rural folks to be able to come up with their innovations? And you find that someone who's never even been in a farm, clueless about the seasons of farming, is the one who is championing innovation for farmers. So they will create apps which are perfect, but then you find the people in the farm don't have the smartphones to actually use those apps. Then what is it for? So I think it's very important to making sure that we make that strategic and targeted effort to not leaving anyone behind. And one of the things that I've done as a parliamentarian is to set up an NGO called Amuka Hub that is focusing on rural connectivity, digital inclusion in the rural setting. And to sum up, as a female parliamentarian, I think I also have to use this platform to commend UNESCO has done great work in terms of online safety for women journalists. But oftentimes, again, people tend to think that parliamentarians, like once you're a member of parliament, nobody should look at you positively, nobody should speak for you, or nobody should echo the challenges that are being experienced. And unfortunately, this is the case with the online violence on women in politics. And as a result of that, it is shrinking democracy. And if you don't have more women in politics who can be online, it means even the artificial intelligence that we're talking about here, I, for one, as a female parliamentarian, I will have a negative perception on artificial intelligence because it's going to further intensify online abuse against me. So when it comes down to legislating, which side am I going to be on? Will I be on a neutral side? Will I be on a side that I'm interested to see how to make AI work? Or will I be on the side that I'm trying to see how can AI be, stringent to the level that people cannot be abused and they need protection? So I think it's very important, by having us in discussions, we can also share the issues and the challenges that technology is bringing to key stakeholders. And you need parliamentarians on those discussions. You need parliamentarians on the table, because at the end of the day, we are the one who are creating the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that last question. Looking at how AI or tech is actually affecting you as a parliamentarian. I think this past week in Kenyan's MPs, they have had their phone numbers shared. We've had the female MPs also really getting quite the hit on the digital space. So the question that you've asked around, how does that then affect your legislative duty or your role, as you're debating on this?
Let me just clarify one point. Mm-hmm. Oftentimes, especially tech folks would like to use the expression of it's freedom of expression. And whenever government maybe wants to address an issue, or parliament wants to address an issue, then the argument comes that, they want to infringe our freedom of expression. But it's very important to realize that one should not use their freedom of expression to make another person not use their freedom of expression. So there's two sides of this coin. So it's critical to understand, yes, criticize. If I say something that you don't like or you don't agree with, criticize me on the issue. But when you're suddenly shifting it to my gender, that is no longer criticism. And I think under no circumstances should that be allowed to happen. Because for sure our male colleagues do not go through that. So certainly we should not have to endure the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nima. And I will now begin to just wrap up and probably go to Mr. Migisha in giving some of the opportunities or challenges you've observed for the public sector in their quest to deliver public services, even with the adoption or the use of digital technologies, including AI.
Yes, thanks. I think in terms of the opportunities and the challenges, our countries, I think, face both. I think if you look at the East African community, the countries, we are still grappling with a number of challenges, poverty, access to healthcare, access to education, which was touched upon quite in depth here. Governance, just talking about what's happening in Kenya. All these are challenges, developmental challenges, but at the same time, I think, as it was also alluded to yesterday, there is room for technology to come in and solve problems. But at the same time, we need to strike the right balance. The techies will tell you technology can solve everything. The social scientists will tell you, no, there's a social element to it. It's just not technology. AI is a tool. It's not a sector. So we need sector-specific policies, AI in ag, AI in education, AI in governance, We need to understand that tech, there's this famous law of amplification by Kentaro Toyama. He says that technology doesn't create or substitute processes, it amplifies processes. So we need to get it right as our government design policies or tools. We need to be sure that what is being supplied or what is being developed is user-centric, respond to the very specific needs. And again here, our governments in East Africa, they are the one who regulate. So how do they regulate? How do they unlock opportunities? We are seeing a number of countries opening up what we call sandboxes, whereby these are sort of safe spaces for innovators to try innovations before they go to the market. So I think we need more of sandboxes. We need more of progressive thinking from the regulators, from government, to enable digital innovations, AI, data solutions. We need that. But at the same time, again, as we know, government procure AI solutions. They spend a lot of money on AI solutions. I think they also need capacity to know how to procure that. But at the same time, how do we make sure that it benefits the local economy? Do we just fly in foreign companies that build stuff and disappear? Or how do we put in place instruments that actually allow even local companies to thrive as government procures AI solutions or data solutions? And then lastly, again, capacity. Capacity is very critical. And I think a number of universities in the region are working with the government to really teach. But I think we need to look at it holistically and start from the lower levels and make sure that, what the kids are getting in school position them to compete globally from primary all the way to university. I think we need to revisit our education system and make sure that we are equipping the next generation that will actually play a role in the digital economy, but at the same time be able to reap the dividend that all these new technologies are bringing. Otherwise, we'll just be spectators and continue to have narratives, but not really reaping the dividends, despite the huge potential in East Africa in terms of the population size, the age, the exposure, and all this development we are seeing across the region. Thank you.
About that, I think there's quite a lot to unpack when you're looking at the public sector, because we can't just, have a blanket public sector. You've all raised very pertinent issues in terms of the capacity building, issues around data, and then also the different engagements in each of the different sectors. So I think in just summing up, I'd like to give each one of my panelists a chance to just speak to how they think the public sector leaders can actually push or ensure digital transformation, keeping in mind that there's a likelihood of a particular category or sector being prone to being left behind. Probably in giving your key points or your final points, you can allude to this. How can public sector leaders push or ensure that there is digital transformation and AI adoption, keeping in mind that there's the risk of some being left behind? So allow me to start with Ms. Agnes, then work my way downward this way, and then finalize with Mr. Migisha.
Thank you. I'll summarize it as in order for the public sector leaders to see that off, they have to be ahead of everyone. Yesterday there was a lot of talk about the speed of attending to ICT matters and specifically AI matters versus the private sector. And we realize that the conversation ends in the private sector going so fast and the public sector going slow, but there's a side effect that was silent in there, that then the private sector gets stuck because the public sector regulates and everything foundational. So you can only go so far, so fast. So my view is that in order to have any meaningful synergies, all the countries have to put in effort to ensure that the private sector leaders are ahead for starters. And once you do that, you should be able to cover all the levels, because it's only the private sector that reaches the whole citizenry. Thank you.
Dr. Lina?
Yes, thank you. Just to summarize, I think the challenges I had mentioned, right, those challenges can be turned into better opportunities. For example, capacity building, we really needed that. Also, we urge our big sisters and big brothers in the continent should also stand with us so that we are not left behind, so that we move together in one boat. Although in the midst of higher education, we have a project called Digital Agriculture. It's right now, it has kicked off. It aims to use AI for monitoring the crops growth and the moisture content measurement, and also train some aspiring students in the area of ICTs to have certificates and also degrees at the universities. It has just kicked off, it's there. Although Minister of Health also is using AI to detect some of the health condition or infections in the country. We also have Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management also uses AI to detect early disaster management, and I would like to also extend my gratitude to UNESCO helping those ministries, line ministries, because also some policy documents produced in the country, we are assisted by UNESCO and UNDP, just to mention few. And I would like to urge, I'm urging the partner, the developmental partners, to stand with us so that we move in the same boat. Yes, government is supposed to lay foundation, all right? Then the private sector picks up from there, all right? And the government, come up with the policy plan, strategic plan, policy document, regulatory framework to guide the private sector and the other entities in the country. But due to, you are all aware that the country has been not stable for quite decades, and this could be the reason why maybe we are lagging behind, why it's not a good thing. And we are really ready, like yesterday we hold the green, tag, we are ready to move on with the rest. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Honorable Nima.
So for me, I would like to sum up by saying I think it's very important to create an enabling environment for private sector to thrive in this, in transforming and advancing this digital era, in particular artificial intelligence. But I would also like to just highlight 3 quick things. Number one is we also need to look at artificial intelligence in terms of security, in terms of our national security and what sort of impact it may have on national security. Because I'm fortunate to be a member of Munich Security Conference, a network of women parliamentarians on foreign defense and security policies. And artificial intelligence is also has a big influence on how national securities are going to transform. So I think it's also important to look at the AI in terms of development for SDGs, for the AU, but also for national security. And number two is to ensure that in whatever it is that we're doing, to try and engage parliamentarians, members of parliament, bring us on board, capacitate us, see what ways in which can we also advance and echo some of the things that you're trying to champion. And the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, APNIG, currently has members of parliament from about 26 African countries, covering all the 5 regions: North Africa, East Africa, West Africa, South Africa, Central, and Southern Africa. So we're also showing that we are ready to collaborate. So it's hopefully up to you guys also to collaborate with us to ensure that we can advance this area. And then finally, I cannot echo the importance enough of making sure that we promote and we ensure that there is ethical use of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Mark.
So my response to that would also be to agree with the other panelists. The thing that I could add is, I think for this topic, there's some level of humility required, and I'll expound. I think since February last year, everyone has become an expert on AI. Everyone has an opinion, which is not bad, but one of the challenges also becomes that I could try to speak to an issue to which I'm not an expert. And again, it's not to create the tyranny of experts, but rather to think about, we have a language problem here. We are building maybe a language corpus. We need a linguist, and we might need an anthropologist who has access to the community. And those skills do not reside sometimes in government, because government, yes, has a Ministry of Culture, but it drives a particular public service delivery function. The same with private sector. They might be very good with fintech, but to access or to address some of the challenges that we've spoken about, like the digital divide and rural populations, they have to go back to the university, which is located near that community, and tap into that research. So we need more of that happening. And so it's the humility to say that I am not an expert. I would liken it to COVID. When COVID hit, because people are willing to listen to experts, Africa did well. And I think that level of humility and coming together is needed at this juncture, because I think, everyone thinks something big is or has already happened. I think the last point from myself in terms of the public and the private part would be we need to find ways to put money in to the local AI ecosystem. So at some point, as Africans, we should not, we have to cease to complain and do something about it. So the private sector must buy local. The government must procure locally. And again, in China, maybe we have state-sponsored capitalism. In the West, probably when we think about big tech, we think about Silicon Valley. Maybe it's an opportunity for us to figure out a new model, the same way we have the M-Pesa story or the mobile money story, which we still talk about today. And it came from that period I was saying between 2004 and 2008. So we have to find one, but we have to put ideas in. be humble to listen to experts, and we have to invest locally so that we curate and create and nurture something foundational which benefits us in 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you for that. A round of applause for all our panelists. Allow me to open up the floor. Do we have any questions in the room for any one of the panelists? Let me start with the center. We have one hand raised. Anyone else? Far left. That's two. Anyone on this side? Allow me to do the gentleman just before the other gentleman at the far right. So those are 4 questions. We'll take those first and then do one more round. Okay? Anyone to help us with them? Oh, you have the mics in front of you. Okay. No. Just try one more time. Could we get him a mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting discussions. I have a question to Mark, and I think other panelists can also weigh in. We are seeing deployment of AI tools in different spheres, and one discussion that I constantly see that is messing up is the perpetuation of data invincibles, which significantly leaves, Nima talked about leaving no one behind. It definitely leaves other, for example, the underserved groups, vulnerable groups. This can be migrants, refugees, people in local communities. How, in the initiatives that you're working on, be it at the policy level and also just supporting curation of some of these good use cases, how do you enable that the element on data invincibles is not perpetuated in deployment of these AI systems? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's go to my far left.
Thank you. I have 2 questions.
Thank you for that. We'll go to the 2 questions on my extreme right. If we could keep it to a minute so that you can take as many questions as possible. Thank you for that. Lastly.
Good morning, everyone. My question is how can we as liberate intelligence
Okay, so should we start with you, Mark, and then work our way down?
Okay. To the first question, on invisibles. So to tackle that question, like automatically, we have to be the ones to build AI. So if I'm in Tanzania, it has to be led by local tech firms which are Tanzanian. There's no going around that, I believe, if people will not be left behind, simply because AI is driven by data and data understands the local context. Specifically now, there is work that Fair Forward, GIZ, has supported through the Lacuna Fund to collect data sets in language. This had never been done before, but from 2020 now you could find a strong and a robust conversation around creating Swahili datasets, creating various datasets which can then can be consumed and availing them so that they can be consumed and they can be used to build solutions. A lot of this work was done as well through the Mozilla Common Voice platform, so which is still there and it's still used to crowdsource, and you can download data which you can plug into whatever you're building. I think that is foundational. It is not appealing. It is difficult work and it is very expensive. So for you to be inclusive, it's very expensive. For you to put up infrastructure for connectivity, for internet, on a place there is no ROI, it is very expensive. So in the AI realm as well, there is an intentionality and a deliberateness that I will collect a data set that does not leave children behind or youth behind, so that if they are to use these tools, they see themselves and they are represented in the technology so that they can access technology through them. So our work has been intentional around that. And it has also, you will also, so the first thing was like local, so you'll find Lacuna funded African institutions to drive African data collection. You will also find that it is expensive. Sometimes, the complaint always is, even with funding instruments, is like, how do you expect me to collect a data set that is robust within 1 year? People have been collecting English for 200, 300, 400 years. So funding cycles are also not sufficient enough to be inclusive. So that is a gap of funding. But it's also because resources are finite. And then lastly, to what use cases do you first apply yourselves? To what data sets? What is a priority? What would serve more people foundationally to begin to catalyze an ecosystem that can leverage this? It's good to talk about use cases, and we've begun to move away from just data collection to how researchers are pushing back and saying all this data should not be open source. That's another conundrum, another debate. But in there also, there is an issue for the invisibles, because you came to my community, you collected my data, you collected my voice, now you want me to pay for a solution. So I think those are the three things that we've done, but it is not enough. It is not enough.
Let me go to Honorable Nima. Can lend your voice to the industrialization question as well as the youth. Yeah.
I think very quickly to respond to the questions raised on the issue of data. As we earlier discussed, the artificial intelligence can also create room for data bias. And the data bias can be in things of visa, immigration, language, gender. So all of these things need to be taken into account. But I think for African countries, and in particular East Africa countries, our governments need to continue investing in the data collection, processing, and storage. Because oftentimes most of our data is stored in cloud or in satellites, things that we don't have direct access to. So it's important to have our own data centers. There was a question about collection of data, who collects that. I think in all East African countries, we have the government agency that is responsible for data and statistics, and that is the agency that has the credible data and data that you can use. So I think it's important to ensure that we liaise with the right government agency for data. In terms of how you can include communities and the grassroots people, I think it's important for us to make deliberate efforts to take the discussions to the people. When you have such discussions in the cities, obviously the people are going to be there, just people in the cities. But when we take discussions to rural, then you can get there. It's a way of getting them involved. But I think also organizations, that is multilateral organizations, UN organizations, whenever we're having such discussions, is to also have travel support for those from the rural to be able to attend such settings so that their voices can also be heard and taken into account. Very quickly, in terms of the youth, I think youth they're the group that is set to benefit the most from technology, AI, because it is their era, so to speak. And most of the opportunities that are coming forward is up to the youth also to grab them. But I think it's important also youth to participate and engage also in these discussions, such as how you're doing today. In Tanzania, we have the Samia Scholarship, which is a scholarship that Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan launched through the Ministry of Education that aims to give scholarships to students who did very well in science subjects for their A-levels to go to university. So those are all the initiatives to try and also get youth onto science subjects, particularly female youth. To conclude, there was an issue about competitive edge. How can AI be used to create a competitive edge? I think one of the ways that AI can be used is to provide a guidance to governments in terms of their budget and planning. So for example, in Tanzania, we have a bulk procurement system for fertilizer. And we have one or two types of fertilizer that is bought for the entire country. But if we are to use AI effectively, then potentially AI can be able to tell us across Tanzania which type of fertilizer is relevant for which type of soil or which part of the country. And then we might find ourselves, instead of dealing with just two types, we can deal with 10 different types of fertilizer that are relevant for different parts of the country, and then we can be able to know how many farmers are in those areas, so that can inform our planning and our budgeting. So that is a way of using AI effectively. And then finally, we've spoken a lot about private sector, but I think it's important that we also recognize academia. Academia have a critical role to play towards advancing artificial intelligence and making sure that there is safe use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've overshot our time, and so I'm going to request that if there are any other questions in the room, please feel free to approach any one of the panelists during our interactions during the day. And allow me to thank Honorable Nima, Dr. Lina, Ms. Agnes, Mr. Migisha, and Mr. Mark for their participation. Mr. Migisha has something very burning that he'd like to add. So let's give him just a minute before we release him. Yes.
Yeah, just quickly, I think on the data, those that are invisible in the data, I think I would argue that what we need is interoperability. I think we have data in the public sector. We just need interoperable data systems so that data can flow across government. Another critical element, speaking of data collection or data readiness for AI, I think, again, we have a lot of data and we need to keep in mind data minimization because we keep collecting data which is kept, which is not used, which just creates fatigue. So I think we need to keep in mind that. And then in terms of the capacity of the young people in rural areas, I think, again, we need to go back to STEM. We need to make sure that young people have access to education to be able to go through the education ladder and become specialists. Because in the next 10, 15 years, some of the basic digital literacy jobs will be eliminated by the same AI we are talking about. So I think we need to have proper education system that allow these young people to become specialists, not generalists, because I'm sure I've seen a number of articles around some of the jobs that might die because robots or automation will actually take them away. So I think we need to prepare our young people to be able to compete in the global economy. Over to you.
Miss Agnes is looking at me like she also has something to add.
Thank you. I'm very good at following rules. I would have met them where they are. I think for me, let me highlight, he asked about the youth that are not in formal education. And what I know about the region is that the East African community has activated recognition of prior learning. When you look at the quality assurance framework for East Africa, it's a major one. And this is a very important place to pick up, I'll borrow that term from the telecoms, of last mile. This is a very, very good way to achieve last mile in this arrangement. So to the youth representative, I would urge that on the side of the citizenry, you are more proactive to access what the bodies that are taking care of competence certification are offering in all the countries, because it's very common, for example, to find an AI innovator using somebody who didn't go to school to set up a few physical things around their innovation. It happens in the region. Maybe they are helping them to weld or whatever it is. And as they do this, they actually pick up AI skill, learning from working with this innovator and observing them. So the beauty with recognition of prior learning, it then says, come to me and I assess where you are and I say which skill you have picked up from that kind of learning, because there's definitely learning. And once I confirm to the rest of the community what that skill is, you can then read into the formal education system and you can go ahead to access levels like the high-level academia that do a lot of, more skilling to support this AI. So that would be my advice. Recognition of prior learning, the strength of it.
Thank you. Dr. Lina, am I locking you out?
No. Yeah, just to conclude, I think the AI has to be incorporated in our curriculums right from the primary, secondary to tertiary, and also putting into consideration that child or that community that does not have any access to power, access to internet, right? Access to any data. That's one. Two, I think it is also necessary for data center to be established so that data can be, stored, can be accessed, plus the policy that, and the ethics that guides the data itself. So in support, for example, whoever wants to support, at times, what we needed to see is maybe just to see the infrastructure being set up, not the money. This is what I want to make it very clear. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists. Thank you also for your engagement. I think the conversation is far from over, and I think maybe the recommendations we've gotten from these panelists can feed into our public sector delivery of services and also our private sector engagement. And so with that, I think I'd like to conclude here and hand it back to the main plenary.
Thank you very much. Maybe the photograph for their photos, and please let's give them again a big round of applause. After this, we will now break for coffee, and we are expected to resume here by 11:30 for the next session. That will be the last expert session for this forum, and the coffee break is taking place behind the stage. The coffee break station behind the stage is the only one available. So please grab your coffee and come back so that we conclude this expert segment for the forum. Thank you very much. Yeah. A brief announcement for the panelists to session 6, if they can remain behind. That is the request kindly posed by the moderator, and is just standing there. Thank you. of Kewanza Communications. Mr. Chair, you have the honor to call your panelists, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. If we can settle down, we'll be able to start. I would like to call my panelists, Mufti Nkuruziza. Mufti Nkuruziza, or Mufti Nkuruziza, is the founder and CEO of Gwez Show, a leading computer-generated imagery company based in Rwanda. Welcome very much, Mufti. I also would like to welcome Kajetan Boy. Kajetan Boy is an award-winning scriptwriter, producer, director, and actor, and he's currently undertaking trainings on writing with AI for filmmakers. Kajetan Boy. I would want to welcome Sharon Wata. Sharon Wata is the Deputy Director, Training and Research at the Kenya Copyright Board. She's also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and has done quite a bit of work in terms of intellectual property rights and collecting management organizations. Welcome, Sharon. Dr. Wanjiko Ng'ang'a is a faculty member at the University of Nairobi and the lead of the in the Department of Computing and Informatics, University of Nairobi. Dr. Chiko Gitau, the visionary CEO of HALA. Chiko Gitau holds a PhD and Master of Science in Computer Science from the University of Cape Town and has done quite a bit of work with AI and other digital technologies. So our session really focuses on cultural and creative industries. As you know, in 2021, the United Nations declared 2021 as the year of the creative economy. That was significant because it put at the center the creative sector and the role that the creative sector can play in social and economic transformation globally. We have huge potential for the creative sector, whether one is talking about the film sector, whether it's music, whether it's visual arts, whether it is storytelling, whether it is actually our languages, generally. But the question then is, how can we leverage AI to enhance the production within the creative sector? This panel is composed of people who are using AI on a day-to-day basis, as well as people who think about AI and who are also engaged at the level of policy. And the way I would like to run this is start with Mufti. Yeah? Because Mufti is engaged in the production of content through AI. And I would like to know from where you sit in Rwanda, how are you using AI? And what are you learning in the process of utilizing AI in your work? I think we have one over there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mufti Nkuruziza, founder and CEO of Gwez Show. We are a CGI company, computer-generated imagery. That means things that ranges from 3D animation, game assets design, virtual reality, and all kinds of imagery stuff you would do on the computer, things that are not necessarily taken by the camera. Of course, a bit about our company. We've been on for 11 years now. And of recently, of course, the way AI has been developing is something we have integrated within our pipeline. And through this industry, you probably know, I don't know if I would say counterculture, like, people in the industry, more like, high-end film, they have been like a sort of more like a protest against AI because of the whole idea that AI is replacing some actors, AI is, taking people's jobs. But I can speak from the point of view of high-end production, where AI would say right now it's not there yet, but still studios like ours or even bigger studios globally, they are using AI throughout the pipeline at specific segments to optimize their production workflow.
Yeah, I will come back to you a little more on the whole question of how you run your show, because I'm really, really interested, in terms of how you get your stories and how do you work with the technology to get the stories rolling. So I'll come back to you on that. I want to welcome Kajetan Boy. Kajetan Boy actually has done quite a bit of work in film, and maybe you can just tell us a little bit about the work you've done before we get on to what you are doing, maybe afterwards. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As said here, I am Kajetan Boy. I am a filmmaker with a focus on script writing. I have been involved in several projects. Notably, there's a German-Kenyan co-production called Captain of Nakara, which is on Netflix. I was involved in the first Kenyan military movie called Mission to Rescue, sorry. And also I've been involved with several TV shows, both on satellite TV and on our local broadcasting stations.
Thanks, Kajetan. Dr. Shiko, yeah, I'll come to you later. If you could just tell us a little bit about yourself. Yeah, just a little bit.
It's always nice when you have Dr. Shiko and Dr. Wanjiko on the panel. So as Prof said, I'm Shiko Gitau. I'm the CEO of Color. At Color, we are a digital innovation lab. We tend to think of ourselves as the skunk work for Africa. And how do we do this? We do this by building research, data, and we've increasingly in the last year or so gotten involved in policy. In terms of AI, we have our AI lab, which is a tech policy lab. We both build AI, but also we inform and create awareness around AI and build and are informing AI policy. From a build point of view, we know that we have to be able to start doing stuff in Africa for us not to be a net consumer continent. So, but be able to do that in AI, we need enough data sets and data in our own languages, which does not exist. So we have a team that is building what are called large language models for local African languages. And we are starting with the top spoken languages, not Swahili being one of them, but the mixed languages like Sheng, Pidgin, and such that are used by a majority of the people to be able to communicate, and we're going to be releasing this later on in the year. We're also building what we call use cases, because when you talk to policymakers in Africa and talk to them about AI, LLM, foundational models, they look at you like you're crazy. So what we do is we have started building use cases that you can actually use and see the power of AI. That this includes from health to education, to ag, and to the judiciary system. Something in the public space, but also in the private sector to enable people to engage with the power of AI. And the third part is we create awareness. So beginning of the year, we released what we believe is a seminal paper around AI in Africa, where we say there's clear need to building an AI ecosystem for the African continent. And based on this paper, we realized a lot of people actually just hear the word AI and don't know what AI is. And over the past 6 or so months, we have been creating content, papers, op-eds, and classes around what is AI. How do I utilize it? So we've run AI 101 classes, we have brought in convenings, we've done a lot of things to ensure that AI becomes a part and parcel of our African fabric in terms of tech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shiko Gitau. And now we can move on to Dr. Wanjiko Ng'ang'a. Again, but just by way of introduction, what you do.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Wanjiko Ng'ang'a. Those of you who are not Kenyan, Shiko is the short form of Wanjiko, so that's the joke we are sharing, the two of us. We happen to share the same name. So I here seated representing the University of Nairobi and academia in general, because we cannot talk about AI when we do not have the human capacity to build African-centric models. So my passion has been, I did AI since before when AI was something, and my passion really has been on African language technologies. We're talking about AI, and I think what has happened in the last 1 or 2 years with generative AI, the need for AI to speak African, if I can put it that way, has never been more stark, right? And there's no way we're going to talk about AI being beneficial if we're not having AI speak to me in my mother tongue or in the other tongue, and it's good to hear the people who are working on the lingua franca in Africa. So our passion here lies in equipping people with the skills, and we're talking about skills ranging from linguistics, because when you talk about a language, if it's not described, then there's nothing much you're talking about. So from computational linguistics, computer science, machine learning, the deep models, until the other spectrum of application development. So there's a huge need to skill our young people in multidisciplinary areas that we can produce the resources that are needed to train AI models that are beneficial to Africans. So I'll be sharing a bit more about this in due course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like it when people talk about linguistics because that is my training. My training is in linguistics, so it's good to hear computer scientists talk about the work that we do almost on a daily basis. Welcome very much. Sharon Wata, again by way of introduction.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
My name is Sharon Wata, as you have heard. I'm the Deputy Director at Kenya Copyright Board. I'm in charge of training and research, but I'm an IP lawyer, an IP expert. I have been a copyright prosecutor. I also teach part-time at the university, IP-related courses. I am involved a lot also in, right now I'm focusing a lot on awareness creation, which is part of the mandate that Copyright Board has. Copyright Board has a mandate to build capacity and do public education. We work also hand in hand with the other IP offices in Kenya because Copyright Board is focusing only on the copyright arm of IP, but we work very closely with KIPI, the Industrial Property Office, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Yeah.
Very interesting. So we'll have an opportunity to discuss about intellectual property rights within the AI space and so on, and I'll be coming back to you on that question. At this moment, Mufti, I really want to understand what you do at Guest Show, and much more specifically, how do you generate the stories that then get activated technologically? Yeah. Can you
So what we do at Gezsho, as I said earlier, being a CGI company, we create animations, and currently we are producing our first feature film, which is an hour and a half. And in terms of story generation, and also I'll sort of also build to what Dr. Shiko said earlier, like right now, within our regions, like, East Africa or Africa in general, there's lack of localized content, content like you could generate from AI that reflects all the nuances of our lives, or the way, we have things. So right now, from the point of writing, we much more still using, manual, but bit of for general idea, general structuring, we're still using AI. But where we are using AI quite a lot, it is down the line through the production, which is like there's many stages. They could even be like about 10 stages. And some of those are hinged on computing power, and some other ones are just like, human skills. Like if I would say those that are on computing power, for example, a computer needs to be very powerful, sort of output certain images in the high quality they're supposed to be. But with the use of AI, AI can look at the image that has noise, that used less computing power, and make it, brighter, better. It can figure out all the stuff, and that helps a lot on computing. And also some other use cases when it comes to human capital. You could be doing an animation, let's say, facial, like within the animation pipeline, everything is manual. If you need to move the eyebrow, every little thing, you have to do it. And sometimes if it's done by a person, like, it might not be smooth, but you can give it to AI, smoothen this out. So, and it helps, the amount of hours someone could have spent doing that. So, and there's several. I can talk all day where AI is being sort of used, but it has cut down the percentage of man hours within the pipeline.
So in other words, you are able to do more with the technology than you were doing before.
100%.
Did you start your creative journey with AI, or is it something that is much more recent?
It's much more recent. As I said earlier, we've been on for 11 years. And AI that is sort of, to be honest, that is available for general use, it hasn't been several years. But there have always been, few tools, like the one I was talking about for denoising, like image, that has been on, like, for several years. It was AI before AI was much mainstream.
Which language do your characters speak? Do they speak Kinyarwanda or?
The characters?
Yeah.
We do actually translate in several languages, but also something we're looking at is a good thing you brought up. So right now, you can, typically you have actors in the studio, you record voices, and then they apply it onto the animations. But now, let's say you have, English, you can use AI to dub. That's something we're sort of experimenting. It will be really, really great to sort of be able to go from English to other main languages like French or Spanish as needed.
So we'll discuss a little more about African languages with Dr. Wanjiku. I want to get to you, Kajetan, because we have noticed at the Creative Economy Working Group that you have been doing trainings on script writing with AI. And I really would like to understand what you have seen. What type of attitudes have you come across as you do the trainings? And what is the level benefit, for the scriptwriter?
Thank you. I'd say that there are 4 major groups that I've encountered when working with writers and AI. The first group is the group that thinks we are doomed. They're basically saying, here's this machine system that can write faster than me, it can write better than me, so I might just as well throw in the towel and change my profession because I can't beat the machine. Well, what they don't realize is that as we speak now, the machine, the AI cannot write the way a human being writes. It is more of a word processing tool. Somebody said that what a calculator is to STEM people, AI is to a creative and everybody else. So you need to know what you're doing with it. So here they are, they think they are doomed. So in a way, they've kind of like, they're starting to have other career options, trying to see what they can do, what else they can do. The second group is the group that says ignore it, because again, almost the same side of the argument with the first group is that they say AI, well, it can write fast, but it can never write like the way a human writes, with the nuance and the emotion. And in a way, they're right, because as we speak, it cannot do that. AI systems cannot do that. But given the developments that are coming up, I think it's just a matter of time before it will give enough competition, stiff competition. The third group of people I encounter are people who say or think they're cheating. They say
they are cheating.
They're cheating, yes, they're cheating in an exam. They're like, if I use an AI to develop my story, it's like I'm actually cheating. And the question I ask them is like, would you disable the grammar check on your laptop or on your phone? Would you decide to do long arithmetic instead of using your calculator? So again, they forget that this is a tool. On its own, the AI system can do nothing. It needs inputs for it to give you a particular output. So again, they are not quite on the page. Then the final group is the group that decides, I'm going to collaborate with AI. I'm going to look at how I can leverage it in my work. And I can tell you as a fact that it can cut down a writer's work by up to about 30%. Because as a creative writer, there are certain processes that I would say can be very easily automated. Where the hardest job I've got to do is to come up with a creative idea, creative characters, and then use the AI system to enhance that, to develop on that. So if you learn how to leverage AI, you're going to save on time. It's like having a writing partner that you can wake up at any time, they're never in a bad mood, they always have lots of information, and so you can always develop your work as you go along. Yeah.
Very interesting. So you come up with a creative idea, the AI generates the storyline. Of course, you give the technology the characters, right?
Right. Yes.
You give the what do you do with the environment? Because in filmmaking, we are less on words and more on context and so on. How do you generate that content?
Well, the thing is, when you're working with an AI for writing, it's just, in a way, for some people, it makes the work harder because you've got to read and edit everything it gives you. And before you put it back in the system, you've got to make sure it sounds the way you want it to sound. Now, in terms of AI biases, I would say as a creative writer, I do not suffer as much as the people who use it to do images, or people who use it like to try and get holistic descriptions. I would say in our field, we at every point we are doing a bit of rewrite. And now if you look at the entire filming process, the whole filming process has got so many human beings and at every different level. So even if I do generate something that will sound very machine-like, and by some bad chance it happens to pass and move forward, it's still going to encounter a director who will humanize it. Going to meet an actor who will humanize it further. So I would say in the creative field, AI is something that can really be used despite the biases. What has to be kept in mind is that for us as creatives, we don't input a prompt and whatever comes out is the final product you will share with the rest of the world. Whatever it gives you, you need to edit it further to make sure it does sound like you want it to sound.
Okay, very interesting. Which takes us to the whole question of, of intellectual property, because if I am harvesting from already existing creative, enterprise, and I am generating something that gives me an initial draft, how do we deal with this? So maybe, Sharon, you can address this intersection between AI and intellectual property rights, and how we can actually ensure that the rights of those creators, the original creators of the works that AI is dependent on, are compensated, or should they not be compensated?
I don't think, Prof, there's an answer per se, okay? Yeah. Because at the global scale, there is still the conversation of AI and IP. So the goal of IP is to reward the creator, the creative, the inventor, to encourage you to continue to create and invent. That's the goal of IP. But now the discussion has now been, we need to distinguish between Kajetan created and AI created. Although right now, listening to Kajetan has kind of erased that line a bit, because he's seemingly saying that there's no really AI created. It is still Kajetan created using AI as a tool. But the discussion has been really, we have already in place laws and ways of protecting IP, which is copyright, trademarks, industrial property, patents, and whatever else. So these are the traditional ways that we are protecting IP. And we are protecting this IP, assuming this is Kajetan created. And what I mean when I'm talking about Kajetan created is we are imagining Kajetan sitting down with his pen and paper or computer and just writing. But then Kajetan has brought a new thing to it. Tell AI what to do, AI gives you. So it sounded, Kajetan, like you're just now editing what AI has written. And I think that has been the fundamental discussion. We distinguish AI created, Kajetan created, and then we ask ourselves, do the regimes we have now for protecting IP, can they now fit into protecting machine-created IPs, yeah? Initially, when they were created, these regimes, we created them without that in mind, yeah? And so this debate has gone on in this regard. You have the issue of potential protection of actual machine-created work, yeah? How do you do that? Can an AI be the inventor, the creator, without Kajetan? Those are the questions you're asking yourself when it comes, because if I'm going, for example, to give you a copyright, I'm going to give a copyright to a script written by Kajetan Boy. So the copyright is given to Kajetan Boy. So if I have a script written by AI, who is the creator, who is the inventor, who are you giving the right to? Those are some of the questions that have arisen. Potential protection of the AI algorithms and software. You are aware now that software is being protected under copyright. So if you come up with a software, computer program, an app, you can protect it under copyright. So again, when it comes to AI, that question comes in. How will you protect that potentially? Then, of course, the potential rights concerning the underlying training data and inputs and data inputs. Again, that's a whole debate. So, like in Kenya, for example, I know that the Ministry of ICT is working on a national strategy on AI. But I don't think we have any law yet that, of course, is covering, and even internationally, we don't have. But these conversations are also still going on at a global scale. For example, at the World Intellectual Property Organization, they have hosted several conversations on these issues. What are the emerging, what is emerging, what is emerging? What we have, the IP regimes, are they able to protect this? Are we distinguishing, this is purely AI created, this is Gadget and Boy created. Are we distinguishing human created, AI created? That's just a global conversation, Prof, that is going on, and I wouldn't say, per se, there is already answers to that yet, yeah.
Yeah, we will go deeper into that question. And I'm just wondering whether disclosure in terms of the extent to which the product that you are copywriting at the Kenya Copyright Board, if the creative provides, if there is a requirement for disclosure in terms of the extent to which everything is AI generated and then getting copyrighted, whether that could be helpful, I don't know.
The only issue with disclosure usually would come to a patent. When you have invented something, then you need the disclosure. But with a copyright, normally if Gadget and Boy brought his script, he would not have to disclose how he created it and who helped him and whatever, unless there is another rights holder into it. And of course, even worldwide, the courts have never even quite defined what creativity is, for example. Anything can be creative, yeah? It could look bad to you and look bad to me, but still be creative. And that's the reason why you will find a work, for example, if it's a film that is normal, so to speak, and then you have porn, it is still a film. Someone else may like it, may not like it, but you cannot be able to define this is creative, this is not. So with disclosure, it will only come in when you're talking about a patent, an invention, which you want to patent, and then you have to disclose. But with copyright, he wouldn't have to disclose that I used AI to help me write my script, no.
Yeah, very interesting. Wanjiko, I want to bring you to the continent of Africa, where we have over 2,000 languages spoken, and we have such a huge population in our continent. Most of the population is based in the rural areas. The languages they speak are neither Portuguese, French, or English. And if you could just give me an idea of, why it is necessary for us to pay attention to African languages in this journey, that would be very helpful. And I'm saying that, I'll tell you, because I've just come from working with the Bajuni community in northern Kenya coast, where we are struggling to build lexicon in certain areas. So, please.
Okay, I think that's a really good opener. Right now, I have a challenge everyone who's an African in this room. Have you tried either to use Gemini or ChatGPT in your mother tongue? Pose a question to it and look at the results. I have. Just like yesterday, I was trying to do something around biogas. And I asked Gemini, could you just give me very brief instructions on how to set up a biogas digester in a rural setting? Fantastic instructions in English. Then I said, oh, sorry, I wanted it in Kikuyu, which is my mother tongue. And I can tell you, it generated something, but that was not Kikuyu. There were very many Kikuyu words, but it was gibberish, right? So coming back to the theme of this conference, we're talking about a people-centric AI framework. If you're going to be people-centric, then we need to ask ourselves, in the same spirit of design thinking, who are we building these solutions for? Who is the end user? And we characterize them. So they have social needs, they have economic needs, they also have linguistic needs, yeah? As Prof has mentioned here, if you go to the rural areas, let's even take Nairobi, if you walk on the streets right now, you will not hear anyone speaking in English. Guys are speaking in Sheng, they're speaking in Kiswahili, they're speaking in their mother tongues. And I think that is across the board in East Africa. We are speaking African languages more and more. And it's a really beautiful thing to see even the younger generation speaking African languages. But what does this mean in the context of technology, and especially AI, right? We're going to have a population that is disconnected. When they have to be productive in the digital space, they have to abandon their African language and go into English or French or Portuguese or whatever else is out there. But when they're out in their daily lives, they're speaking another language, right? So we need to make sure our languages move in tandem with the technology. So as AI is developing, we need to make sure that our languages can be used as that human language, computer-human interface, so that our users can consume this technology. What does it take to bring an African language into the digital space? I did my PhD many years ago, and I was actually, so first for my master's, I was working with a professor at Cambridge, and he was contracted to build a dialogue system for an automobile company in the UK. And that's when I asked myself, wow, if I can build a dialogue system in English, why can't I do that in Kiswahili? And that's actually where my passion for African languages was born. And then I started working in Kiswahili. And you start running into the challenges. Of course, Swahili is one of the most, in fact, it is the most resourced African language. And do we know why it's resourced? Because it's, and Prof here can tell us, Kiswahili doesn't have the typical Bantu nuances of tone, and it's a very simple language. The orthography is simple. All the letters or the alphabet are available in the Roman script, so there's nothing difficult to represent Kiswahili. Try working with a different language. I'll give you an example of Igbo, which I have been involved with. Igbo is spoken in the eastern part of Nigeria. And there's what they call standard Igbo, and the Igbo that the Igbo people speak, which was very different from what was written by the colonialists when they were writing the Bible in Igbo. So the first thing we did is they went into the villages and recorded Igbo as it's spoken in the villages by the medicine men, the midwife, the priest. And what came out from there is that most of the sounds had never been documented. They could not write the Igbo that they were speaking today. And we're talking about 5 or 6 years ago, right? So the first challenge was we need to expand the orthography so that we're able to represent the language as we speak it. And that's where linguistics comes in. There's phonology, there's phonetics, there's orthography, and then you write the language. And then from there, there's no way Gemini will understand Igbo if there is no dictionary, if we do not have a word list of the words that are spoken in this language. So there has to be the next level, which is describing the words and coming up with the machine-readable resources for these languages. So we're talking about lexicons, we're talking about machine-readable dictionaries. And then from there, you can talk about people who are able to write in this, to generate content in these languages. So the first challenge we faced with Igbo was that you couldn't, because these were new sounds, we had just created the orthography for them, you could not type them on a keyboard. There were no Unicode code points for this. So that becomes another hurdle. So you push through that, through the consortium, and you're able to add those code points into the Unicode system. And then now you can finally type out Igbo text, right? And now from there, now you have, you're able to generate corpora. You know, you're able now to come up with data that can be used to train AI models. So where am I going with this story? That it's one thing to say we need African languages to be available when we're using the common tools, especially the AI tools that we're now seeing, but there's so much background work that needs to be done to ensure that these languages have the resources that now when you talk about Shiko and what she's doing, they're able to build these, the end-user applications, right? There has been an inordinate focus on the end-user applications without asking, have our languages been described? Do we have the digital resources for these languages? And what does it take to build these resources? And that's why, coming from an academic position, we are so focused on building AI skills, but before even you get to the AI skills, there are all these linguistic, we're talking about African languages, we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to start, like what Prof is talking about, Bajuni. Can it be written? If it's written, can you type out that text? If somebody wants to transcribe an audio from a Bajuni radio station, can they do that on a keyboard? Can that corpus then be availed to train an AI model that can then generate a poem for Kajatan in Bajuni, right? So we need to put in a lot of emphasis and funding and capacity building to ensure that for each of our 2,000 plus languages, and we're talking about the languages that are largely spoken by the common person on the street, that we are building these linguistic resources, because the danger of not doing this is that we're going to have what I'm calling elitist AI, right? That it's only people who can consume the English output or the French output who will benefit from AI, right? Right now, I think maybe 10 years ago, Kenya allowed us to have vernacular radio stations and vernacular TV stations. And I can tell you they're so popular that most people, I also find myself tuning in to listen to the news in Kikuyu. And why do I do this? Because every time you, like right now, we know what's going on with the protests. The number of words that have been coined this week when you listen to the vernacular radio stations, the vernacular TV stations, these are living languages, right? But when I go to my computer and I try to generate something, it doesn't know any of this stuff, yeah? Because our languages are not growing with technology. So the onus is on us in terms of policy, capacity building, empowering universities and schools to train the next generation of African language technologists, African NLP engineers, so that we have, our languages are in a state where we have innovation around use cases that the farmers or the pregnant women can get AI to advise them in the languages that they understand and that they converse with on a daily basis.
Yeah,
I hope I've answered that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll be coming back to you on the whole question of how do we invest in corpus linguistics, for example, because if you go across Africa, there isn't sufficient investment in corpus linguistics. And of course, again, it's almost as there's a sense in which that work seems to be delinked from developmental work, and yet it is actually at the center of our developmental work. So we'll come back to that question. And now to Shiko. Are we investing? I mean, just listening to the team here, are we investing in the right places as we enhance the technologies, as we utilize these technologies? Is the investment in the right space?
So thank you for that question. So before I go that, I want to go back to what Wanjiku said. So I was looking out to see if my colleague Lemayan is here. Clearly not. So I think we're already working with you on some other things. There's a project we are doing on indexing the 2,000 languages in terms of AI readiness. So what she was describing is something that we are trying to do. And the one thing that I think you might miss out, but out of like not necessarily not knowing, is the multifaceted approach to an African language in terms of one term can mean three different things. And so this is to say that the African language corpus is so far away from being real. And this brings me back to your question. So as I mentioned, we believe and we are working with a number of our partners in investing in the AI ecosystem. Because it's not a matter of investing on one and leaving the other. It's investing in the whole ecosystem, because that's the only way it will raise. What has happened in the whole digital transformation agenda of the past 2 decades is that we'll put our effort on one place and leave other places, and then we're asking ourselves, why is it not working? Yeah? And it's because we've not had that ecosystem approach. Yeah, if you look, I mean, I would say since 1998, when the liberalization of most of the telco sector in Africa started, is where we started seeing an uptake of the digital transformation agenda across the African continent, both from private sector and government. And you'd see we struggled, yeah, until what happened? Until social media came. Yeah, and not just social media. Until Facebook hit this continent, internet was still very elitist. Yeah, and then what happened with Facebook? Most of you who are older and still use Facebook, is everybody started generating their own content. So people in Africa were able to use the internet because there was content that was relevant to them on the internet. But we had infrastructure, and now we had content. The third thing there, what happened is it pushed people to actually learn how to use the internet. We didn't have to search. I mean, we had been pushing money around the computer. Everybody went to a computer driving school here, right? But we stopped doing that. I mean, those computers driving school, almost all of them died. Why? Because we started pushing ourselves to learn, because you want to be engaged in this digital transformation, this digital economy. So what we should be learning from that history of digital transformation of the continent when you're coming to AI is, what should we be investing in and at what pace? Yeah. So first of all, I always say, when you're thinking about AI from an ecosystem point of view, there's some foundational work that needs to be done, right? We already have talked about the connectivity that is happening organically. Private sector is pushing for that. There's a foundation before that, and that's energy and power. This is something that we should push our governments to be able to invest in. Is that for us to actually take advantage of this AI revolution, we actually need to be able to have energy and power. And Africa is well positioned to do that. We have energy in the millions in terms of, we have green energy in terms of geothermal, we have solar, we have wind, we have all this energy. So it needs to be harnessed and organized well. But after we have solved those foundational ones, we have 4 key things that needs to be solved for. And Dr. Wanjiku has mentioned one of them, our talent pipeline. And I love what you have said, because every time I speak about talent, people think, oh, it's because you're a PhD in computer science, or because I said we do not need everybody having a PhD in machine learning. Yeah? We need people who are able to do simple, basic things, starting with what we've just talked about, collecting that data. Who is going around? And we've seen in Nigeria, we've seen in other places where young people are being hired to go and collect data manually, recording it, transcribing it, encoding it. Because unless we have that machine readable language, we'll not be able to move this continent. And it's just not about a matter of language, but other data sets. So for example, in Kenya, we are running a pilot where we are working with young people to collect health data sets. And yes, we assume this is something that has been solved. I always say I've stopped assuming this has been solved for, because the moment you do that, everybody's assuming that. We have young people saying, what is like, how do we solve for this from a traditional point of view? Collecting this data, what are these plans? How do you solve for this? That is an AI talent that needs to be harnessed, all the way to what Wanjiku is doing with her students. That needs to be solved and invested in. And right now we are pushing for a project, and University of Nairobi is one of them, and some other university. If you're from a university in Western Africa, I'd love to talk to you. Is how do we start empowering our professors to be agile to learn? Because I can take 15 of students and take them and they go and learn, they will remain there. But if Wanjiku is paired up and is able to agile and learn how to be a professor in this space, every student that comes after with her is able to learn. So empower the professors, and that is my biggest push is, yes, we can invest in the students, but empower the professors to be able to do that. That's from a talent point of view. The second thing is something that we are ignoring. We've talked about data sets, we've talked about talent. We don't have compute on this continent. And this is the sobering point of view for me. This is UNESCO. This is, I remember when we were talking, I challenged you on this. We need to have research facilities that enable African researchers to do work here on the African continent. Right now, we only have one supercomputer on the African continent. It is in Morocco. How many researchers on the African continent can be able to afford to do that? Yeah? Why not invest in regional compute capacity that Wanjiku and her students, yeah, and other professors can be able to bring up students and researchers. Even you can convert me back to academia if you put a compute here. Why? Because compute is the most required resource to be able to have AI. And number 4 is what I already spoke about. We need to start building use cases. Africans will not believe AI until they're able to use. And for me, this last week in Kenya has been a powerful week in the AI space. Why? Because even my mother has used AI now. Yeah? Right now, they're talking to AI on understanding their finance bill and other bills. Why? AI has become real to them. So we need to be able to invest in that. But the base of it is we start with our talent and compute. If I had a pot of money and I was limited, I'd invest in Wanjiko's lab, and I would invest on compute.
Yes, please do give Wanjiko her lab. She's doing amazing work at the University of Nairobi. I've had the pleasure of working with her in other areas of linguistics, so I know what she's doing. We do require the RECs to be capacitated, the regional economic communities to be sufficiently enabled to facilitate, the growth of learning, build human capacity on the continent, invest in languages, and so on. I don't want to come back to you guys because I really want to open this to the plenary so that people can make comments and reactions. And we can start with you. If we can take a couple. There's one at the back. 1, 2, 3. Yes, with the cap. So at least, can I have one from this side? Yes, 4, 5. That should be good. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mamadou Lamine Sow. I head the education program for UNESCO. And thank you to the panelists. Indeed, this is a very, very interesting portion. And aborting the question of AI from many corners. I think the bottom line here is what? We need to make sure that we approach it from a holistic way, looking at both policies, practices, but also the systems. For us to democratize AI and make sure that in the long run, we don't create inequities, because somebody was talking about the risk of creating an elitist AI if we continue just working with those foreign languages like French, English, Spanish, as we inherited them from the colonial masters. So let me go back to education and say that, for example, we need to do the mapping of our mother tongues, our languages, spoken within the continents. I can take the example of Nigeria. You see, they speak more than 350 local languages. Whereas there is a need to use mother tongues as a language of instruction. Look at countries like a country like Kenya. I don't know how many languages are spoken, but at least I know there are 4 major local languages that are spoken here. Whereas there is one, at least Kiswahili, which is spoken by the majority of the population, even beyond the Kenyan borders. I think somebody was also referring to the sub-regional continental coordination mechanism. That's what, for example, the AU could have done for the Eastern African, community or West African economic community, is to make sure that we try work on socio-economic policies which are progressive, which can integrate and create huge markets, huge areas of consumption within the continent. So at least to come to 1 or 2 languages of instruction, within the continent. But that has not happened for many reasons, political reasons, economic reasons, a lot of things, name them. So let's go back. If we don't want to miss, again, this opportunity and continue creating those disparities, let's go back to the beginning. Make sure that we decolonize our educational system. We democratize it. And the only way we can do it if we can succeed to use local languages as languages of instruction. And we can do it. For example, the language, personally, I spoke 4 Khakolani is spoken by almost 45 million people across West Africa. But still, there is a problem. Within the education system, we conduct an assessment of learning outcomes called the PASEC for Francophone speaking countries. And let me tell you this. A few years back, for example, Burundi scored best, despite all the internal problems, the turmoils that they have been having. And the reason is why? It's because they teach in the local languages, Kenya, Rwanda, that's the language, the local language. They use it from pre-primary till to the end of at least primary education. And they score the best past countries like Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, whatever, because they are using that teaching and learning in their local languages. So I think
we have to decolonize.
Yes, just to conclude, I think that is very important. So I'm talking about many things: linguistics. Let's go to plurilingualism to monolingualism, and it's possible. We have all the means. Let's map out our local language and make sure that we choose some that can be spoken widely within regions, sub-regions, or if not, we can do it continentally. For example, Swahili could be one. But that means we need to have progressive socio-economic policy. We need to have good practices. We need to build good systems. You understand? So I think for us, equity is really a priority, and make sure that no one is left behind. That to happen, I think we need to democratize those resources so that have that holistic.
I hear you completely. Yeah, I hear you completely. I sit in the African Academy of Languages, and I think there is need for investment in Akalan so that we can invest more in African languages. So our various mechanisms that we have, we need more work, and we must thank UNESCO for the work of nominating Kiswahili, World Kiswahili Day, which we are working on. So I think these are important steps, but we need more money. We need more investment in these spaces. I'll take your comment, and the lady at the back. If you can make your comments sharp, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Caleb Ngala. I'm coming from a county known as Homa Bay. Actually, I traveled tonight to be here. I'm a self-sponsored delegate. And as we talk about the issues of artificial intelligence, it's all about internet and smartphone and laptop put together. Because when it comes to issues to do with content creation, actually in our country, even the Deputy President confirmed that as far as we are going to higher education and learning and graduating, there is no that space for job opportunities. So we must be job creators instead of job seekers. And one of the way of us being job creators is through those internet and content creation that we are doing now. But you find, like in my area, I'm coming from a village. That's where I traveled about 12 hours to be here. And most of our schools around my area in Kochia, they don't have access to internet. Most of these young people don't have access even to those laptops that you're talking about, even those smartphones. What can we do? Actually, not we, because I'm not there. You as our key stakeholders do to make these things available to those vulnerable community members down there. Today, accessing something like birth certificate must have a smartphone to access it. Today, accessing something like even traveling documents like passport and the rest, you must do that application through internet. And it becomes very difficult for many people who cannot even access the cybers around. They have to take a walk for about 2 kilometers. So we need to think of those people. When it comes to education sector, We have a new modern of education. We have crossed from 844 to now CBC system. This education of ICT should start from the primary level, because if we don't start there, then we'll lose the content of it. Everything is now happening on internet. I've used this phone like this year to register about 18 students who were supposed to be admitted in university. And you know what the hell they went through. But I'm just doing it with my phone. What if I could have managed, because I cannot afford a laptop at this particular time. I'm still jobless.
Yes, Ngala, I hear you.
I can get a laptop. How many people can I help? Let's go back to the village. Let's go back to the informal settlement areas. Let us break that chain of thinking that everyone can afford these things so that we can be on the same page, all of us.
Absolutely. It's about accessibility, and what does accessibility actually mean? Because we have this digital divide, the challenges of access and the cost and so forth and so on. We'll take the comment at the back. Yeah. Yes, you. And then we'll move to my colleagues. We have two more colleagues, and then we'll come back to the team.
Thank you very much. I'm Lilian Omtoko, a scholar from University of Nairobi. I'm also representing the Africa Bioethics Network. I appreciate the presentations that have been made, and I'm loving the topic on African language technology. But within the context of Africa and the diversity of languages that are in existence, I am just wondering how possible it is to actualize what you have been talking about in terms of how it will work within a multilingual context. Because in all the African countries, there are very many languages, with Nigeria leading the number of local languages. So you find that in this country, then there will be dominant languages and even predominant languages, which goes on to be classified as national. And why we have the national languages is to try and make the landscape, more open and more available for more people in terms of communication. So when you talk about the African languages technologies, are you talking of working with all the languages? And if that then be so, how practical is it, bearing in mind that something like the Bible, I talk about the Bible because that's what I know about, there has been an attempt to translate it into various languages in Kenya, for example, and that has not been achieved over the years. So how practical would that be? Allow me just to ask another question, because
if you can make that brief,
academic. My question is the use of AI in research, and that's something that we are grappling with. Because if someone uses AI to perhaps review literature and so on, and they do not cite their sources, would we say that that person has been engaged in plagiarism? And how then would that be dealt with? Because that would be helpful. That's something that we are dealing with right now, and we cannot run away from. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, a whole question of linguistic rights. I will come back to you. Let me take the two. We heard you and we heard you. I think those two should be enough. Yes, I can see you. I will come to you. Let's have the two of you. Yeah, we said the gentleman.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I want to thank the panelists for the presentation. But what I wanted to ask just about, mostly as we talk about AI mostly is fundamentally about people. And when we talk about application of AI, it needs to be led by lives and also livelihoods, not just data points and digital. So I wanted just to confirm, or maybe to ask this simple question: is there any people-centric AI framework in East Africa, or any or 2 or 3 or 5 years strategy, or we're talking about a plan, then mostly we need also to understand that addressing the needs for supporting local artists, like I can this question maybe go to our Madam Sharon, that's from Kenya Copyright Board. What are some risks of mostly for perpetuating bias and even stereotyping in Kenya? And also, like now, you have also mentioned about addressing the needs for supporting local artists, also in Kenya, and also cultural professionals, like with learning to use the new digital tools, and also even technology available. So we need to know, like now, mostly computer scientists, most sometimes they assume everybody are in the same. There's something you talk about those digital tools, and they may not be able to understand. You need also to tell these local artists about these new digital tools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take your question. Masanori, I have seen you, so I'll come to you in a while. But let me pick the lady's comment first. Yeah.
Thank you. Frida Nchoga from the Tony Blair Institute. I'd like to link two conversations. The previous panel, especially the, I think, from the South Sudan, spoke about the digital divide that is within the country. So they are at a space where they're trying to solve for digital connectivity, access to devices, and we also see it across the region. So in the context of then scaling AI, because we know, as Daktari said from UON and Dr. Shik, always a pleasure to meet you, it's that out of the use cases, then we can solve for problems for citizens within the regions. But what will be the recommendations around carrying along those who are excluded out of the examples that have been given? I'll really be keen to listen to what your suggestions or recommendations will be around that.
Yeah, very good. Masanori, I know the MC had a question, but let's get Masanori here. Dr. Masanori.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Masanori from UNESCO. First of all, I would like to congratulate this wonderful session, Professor Guru, and also those speakers. You know, as we have seen, lots of people really want to join you, not really giving you a question. That was really, encouragement for all of us to listen to you. How practical, you're really sharing your ideas and inspiring us. So in that context, I really would like to congratulate you. My question, the thing is, there are some confusions about AI, artificial intelligence, and also digital platform, digital tools. Of course, we don't necessarily have to be a specialist of AI, even the kids or school, kids or students, children. But at least the kids can be maybe taught AI literacy. What can be done, what cannot be done, what is the ethics or not. That's what maybe we can learn in school. Even currently, there are lots of digital platform, those schooling classes, coding. For example, coding is nowadays a language for the kids to how to make themselves available for the digital platform. My question to you is, with the emergence of AI, what kind of professions do you think it's more coming up as an opportunity? This can be maybe a message to children. Thank you.
Yeah, what professions are emerging? What are these new professions that are emerging as a consequence of the technology? Do you still want to come? Yes.
If the opportunity is given.
It is presented to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I am Gandun Gatayu from the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. My question will be a follow-up. The first one will be a follow-up to what our colleague just mentioned. We have heard from Kajitan and from our colleague from Rwanda, very much comfortable in the way they harness AI. But from what they are saying, you realize that a lot of job is being kind of erased from their own professions. My question would be, what steps are they taking to identify some of these? When you speak about the 3D animation, moving from traditional drawing, which is a profession, to automated drawing using AI or on any digital tool. These are a lot of jobs that are kind of going. How do we make sure that those gaps are not enlarged and that those professions are given opportunity to kind of harness their talent and maintain their relevance in the profession? The other one relates to intellectual property. Anything empowered by AI really blurs the line vis-a-vis intellectual property. And my question is, from the production of a novel, of a painting, of a movie, that is really enhanced through AI, who owns the property? And how, if this comes, a kind of complaint comes to a judge with some of this reality, what is that? The capacity of the judicial system to address that. And the last one is about languages. We are speaking about a technology that is new or that is kind of enhanced and which is still finding or developing new concepts. Concepts that are, even in English, not yet there fully. Now we are speaking about a translation into our mother tongues and the like. How do we deal with some of these words that have no match in our local context? How do we fill the gap?
Wow. Lots of questions, lots of comments, amazing reactions. I am not sure I want to take any more. Let me try to see what they can respond quickly. If they respond very quickly, I can take one or two very quick questions. So, we start with Shiko. You can pick any of the questions, and I think there is a major issue that is coming out in terms of, is the technology creating new jobs, for example, and how do we also deal with issues of equity? There are also questions I think that Dr. Wanjiku, you can deal with on the question of multilingualism and the whole question of linguistic rights and so on. And there are questions on IP, which you can handle. There are questions and which actually also relates to uniformity of creativity. Are we likely to be producing the same content given the type of data we have and so on? So you can respond to some of these. So if you can be sharp, I can see some 2 quick questions. We can take those. Yeah, let's go.
So I want to address the question that Frida put and your colleague and also the MC around AI. Again, I just want to go through a quick brief to just demystify AI. AI was still there before ChatGPT came to play. We've been using AI for a long, long time. We always make a joke that AI was always with us until it stopped being behind what we call the user interface. So every time you used Facebook or Instagram and it recommended for you something, you bought something online, you're using artificial intelligence, yeah? It just stopped being hidden behind the user interface. And in the next 2 to 3 years, it's going to go behind the user interface yet again. So if you see all the announcements that have happened the last 2 to 3 months from OpenAI, from Google, from Apple, they all are saying they want to integrate AI into our normal life. So it will no longer be us sitting on a chat box asking and prompting a question. It will be intuitive to what we are doing. So we have to be very clear of that AI, even when every time somebody asks me, what should we be teaching kids about AI, I'm saying these kids have been using AI for a long time. I have an 8-year-old who's been speaking to Siri since he could start speaking, yeah? He does not type anything, he just talks to the phone. That is how far these kids already are. And so for a basic use of AI, the kids are already there. So that's what we need to do there. But from an equity point of view, taking the same technology we have basic phones, we have SMS. And thinking of it is how do we deliver the technology using the existing interfaces, which is USSD, which is SMS, which is voice. How do we do this? Remember, it's just an interface we are changing. We are no longer doing GPT, the chat part of it. We are talking to it, we are sending SMSs to it, but the technology behind it is the AI-powered on it. So we need to be very clear that AI is not the chat GPT, what is it called? Chat box. It is the technology that is running all of these things. That is very clear. So in terms of equity, we need to push for the digital divide is still there. When we solve for that digital divide, we are also solving for the AI divide. Yeah, the AI divide is actually made more stark because of language, things like language, yeah, and the conversation of bits of it is what has made the digital divide even stark. I always say if you remove the AI conversation from the digital divide conversation, you're doing both of them a disservice, because AI is part of the digital transformation for the African continent. Remember that. It's just fast-tracking us, and it's making us know where are the gaps that we need to do that. So we need to be solving for that. And that's why I said it saying we need to solve for the foundational aspects of power and connectivity and devices. Going back to the gentleman from Kisumu, is that we need to solve for that. And that is foundational for any AI revolution that is going to happen on the continent. That's just what I wanted to say.
Fantastic. Dr. Wanjiku.
Thank you for the lovely questions. I think it shows we're having a conversation, which is what was intended. So the issue of the huge number of African languages, of course, it's not practical so that we can embark on 2,000 languages. But I want to draw you to work that was done a while back by a gentleman called Kwesi Pra. And his work was actually to map African languages into clusters. And he mapped them into 15 core languages. Right? So why is this important? Let me take an example of the Bantu cluster. I think there was Eastern Bantu, right? And in this Eastern Bantu, maybe there are about 40 languages clustered under that. From a machine learning point of view, there's something called transfer learning, that I can build models for one exemplar language. Maybe I take Kikuyu or Kiswahili. Because the languages are so similar, what is changing is the lexicon. The tools I build for language X can very easily be scaled for all the other languages in that cluster, right? And I think that is something we need to start doing. We ask for these 15 core. Can we heavily invest in them? Can we do a pipeline from end to end that brings these languages to the digital fold? And then now we take advantage of computer science algorithms that allow us to bootstrap for the new languages using the core, the representative language. I think that's the approach we're going to take. We're not going to do 2,000 languages maybe in the next 2,000 years, perhaps. But maybe in the next 10 years, we might do the 15 languages. And we'll be on track to do much, much more. I think that's what I want to say to the question around how do we deal with the big number of languages. The other thing I would want to add here is that there's been of course, English is the leading language in terms of AI. And it's been based on text because there's a lot of written English. African languages, on the other hand, we are very rich on audio, right? Our languages are largely oral. And I think it's a high time we start doing research on large audio models. And there's a lot of work that's already starting in this space. That how do we take advantage of these resources that are already with us, which is audio, and get these ML engineers or AI engineers to fast-track research around how do we take advantage of the resource that we have, which is audio for African languages, right? I think that would be another way to really fast-track what we are doing. There's the issue of equity. How do we bring in excluded communities? And Shiko has said that this is not, AI is actually just going to accelerate the exclusion, right? I'll draw you to a case, some work I was involved with in Uganda maybe 5 or so years ago. And it was called Radio in a Bucket. The radio is the most pervasive tool any corner in Africa. And what was happening there, it was a project that was done by some students from Makerere University. And you basically, I'm not a sound engineer, but it was basically creating a small radio in a bucket, literally a bucket. And it's had a radius of about 15 kilometers. And what the people would do in the community, they would just listen, they would have either using feature phones, say, I'm selling potatoes. And the person in the studio would advertise that for them, right? I'm just throwing this out there that it takes innovation to ask if this is the problem. We have people who have feature phones, or maybe don't even have feature phones, and we have technology that reaches them, which is the radio. How do we bridge this? And to me, that is innovation, right? And I'm just giving that as an example because it did work. We may not be able to solve for everything immediately, but I think if we leverage even the resources in the university, and I'm talking about university students, right now we always require our computer science students to do a project. Instead of them sitting in their houses dreaming up a project, we should have a database of these are the real problems in the real world. Can you apply your brains onto that? And we will have fantastic solutions, I think, and that's really, we need to get our universities to really be practical in terms of what they're doing. I just want to give another just small example on the issue of bias and why we really need to care about African languages. We hear the word bias in AI all the time, and I want to bring it home with a practical example. Same case, my daughter uses a lot of these tools. She's 8, interestingly. And she was doing some research, and I don't know, for some reason, she wanted to find out who's the fattest woman in the world. I don't know what she was trying to find out. And she goes on to ChatGPT and types that, and you can imagine the response was a lashing. You cannot ask that. That is, that is discriminatory, blah, 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 blah. And I sat back and asked myself, as an African, and you'll agree with me, those of us who are Africans, the bigger, rounder you are, the more beautiful you are, right? And for us, that is, African beauty is not about, we don't really care about size. In fact, the bigger you are, the better. And I was like, wow. That is bias already in the response of AI, because it's telling her, no, don't even talk about size or that people are fat or, But in a context where we have grown up, it is not an issue. So I'm using that example to say that the data upon which our models are trained has an inherent bias based on where that data was collected from. And if we do not train our models with our own languages, we risk losing the values that are encapsulated in our languages, right? So that's food for thought, that over and above saying we don't want our languages to get extinct, we want to carry forward our values into the AI space based on what we express in our languages. Thank you.
And of course, we are learning that the earlier theories around the intersection between language and thought are now becoming more and more clarified through brain science. It's becoming clearer now that the input, the linguistic input, has an impact on the thoughts that we carry and the practices that we carry with us. So the earlier Sapir, hypothesis is being reinforced, on account of brain science. And I think that with regard to that question on linguistic diversity, Kwesi Pra, you are right. And for those of you who are from South Africa, you know the work of Neville Alexander. Again, the same principle about, the language families and so on. And I think at the African Union, the Cross-Border Language Initiative is also a good initiative. So we are aware, but the problem can be solved by looking at the language families that we have on the continent. IP, Sharon.
Yeah, I like the question that you raised on the issue of ownership, because when it comes to IP, ownership is the big issue, yeah? And the IPR regimes we have in many jurisdictions accord ownership to a legal person who could be a natural person or an entity. So now when it comes to AI, most jurisdictions do not accord ownership to AI yet, yeah? And that's the reason why we have had many, we are still having discussions around the whole issue. And some of them, of course, have to do with ownership. If it's an AI-generated thing, then who do you accord ownership? Issues that have arisen also have to do with things like infringement. If I'm feeding information, for example, into an AI on maybe copyright works that already have copyright in it, is that an infringement? And if it's an infringement, then who is going to pay for that? So one of the discussions that has been there is being held at the World Intellectual Property Organization right now is the regimes we have now are not seemingly fit to accommodate AI-generated works. So what do? Do we expand these regimes, or do we create a sui generis mode of protecting AI-generated work? That is still a debate that is going on. But my usually worry, I'm not an IT expert at all, but I always keep wondering with machine stuff, things keep changing. So if you create laws around something, does that mean you will have to keep changing the laws to keep, creating new things? I really don't know. I had a question from the gentleman there, which I don't think I captured it properly, but at some point I heard him talking about supporting local artists. Let me speak for the Kenya Copyright Board, which is only dealing with copyright at this point. Part of the support we have given to artists is, of course, awareness creation. I just concluded an 8-county awareness creation program, which I was targeting 300 creatives in every county, and I was able to get at least up to 300 in every county. And by creatives, I mean across the board, musicians, writers, everybody. And I realized there's a big gap of information. If the right holder themselves have no idea what their rights are, and even when they're infringing and how they can protect, it's a problem. So it's a very big gap, and the problem with, I don't know whether to say government, I feel like government needs to put in more funds in the area of supporting artists, especially with capacity building and awareness creation. The other thing that Copyright Board has done is we give free legal advice and services for creatives so that we are able to help them, for example, interpret contracts. We are able to advise on what they can do. We are able to help even mediate when there are issues of infringement and such. I know other entities within the creative space also have done capacity building programs, like the Kenya Film Commission. I know of KIPI also. We have worked a lot with NATCOM around the area of capacity building. So I know everybody has a bit of effort, but there's always more that you can do in the area of capacity building and supporting local artists.
And KIPI is the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, working on patents and so forth and so on. Because somehow we lost a little time in terms of beginning, I think that we can't take it beyond like just a few minutes. So what I would want is if you can respond to the question on whether, how are jobs getting lost and others created, and you give one recommendation from the session, that would be great. You can do the same, and then we'll be wrapping it all up, yeah.
All right. For the question of jobs being lost, I'll be really very quick. As Africa, we're already in deficit of this content. In any way we can look at it, is something helpful that we need. So right now we can just produce more. We are not going to sort of push away any practitioner. People that are using AI, the way it gets better, it means we can push out more content, and then we sort of, something that equals to any Western content catalog, which we really don't have. So it's still time, and once it gets there, jobs will evolve like it has always been throughout history.
So jobs will evolve with the technology, with the opportunities that the technology provides, right?
Right on.
Yeah. Kajatan.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief and say that what people should realize is that they will not lose their jobs to AI. They will lose their jobs to people who use AI. So it is important, if you want to stay relevant, you learn how to use it. The AI on its own is not after your job.
So the AI is not running after your job. You should learn how to use it and maximize on it and become relevant. So again, it's relevance. I want to bring this to a close. And what is emerging from this conversation is really the recognition about the potential of cultural and creative industries for Africa, for job creation, for economic transformation, for social transformation. And in fact, we can also talk about, political transformation, because these technologies, AI, provides us with the opportunity to transform politically, economically, socially, and so on. But again, from the panel, it's emerging that there is need to do very strategic investment in certain areas. The first area, obviously, is capacity development, ensuring that the users of AI are sufficiently capacitated, enabled to utilize the technology to solve problems, and that this capacity needs to be harvested right from the beginning, from an earlier age, going all the way. We also need to invest in infrastructure, make sure that we are minimizing the inequalities, the iniquities, increasing access. And one of the ways of increasing access is obviously investing in African languages, which are spoken by the bulk of our people. And I think that the panel has also indicated ways in which we can invest in African languages, looking at the language families, looking at the cross-border languages such as Swahili and isiZulu and others, and investing in that and building systems that allow, the system to reach similar languages and solve the problems of those other languages. I think that has been quite clear. And of course, a systems approach to the technology, ensuring that we are looking at the value chain, we are looking at the whole system from beginning to end to maximize on the opportunities provided by it. There is a major idea that has come out related to intellectual property, and that we do need to increase opportunities for the creators to benefit from their creative works. But of course, knowledge on AI is still very low, and that we need to invest in those trainings and so on. And I think that the collaboration that is required between learning institutions, especially at the university level, the private sector, development partners, and governments really does need to be underscored, because this is a problem as well as an opportunity that needs to be solved at so many different levels. I think that we are being asked for the first time to pay attention to researchers, and the linkages with our universities, so that we can solve the problems that we have. So AI provides an opportunity as well as a challenge to us. I think that's what I'm hearing from the panel. And I want to invite you to give a huge clap to the panelists for a fantastic panel conversation. Thank you very much, colleagues. This has really been good hanging out with you today. I want to, again, thank you. Thank you. I think that we need to take a photo, guys. Can we do that?
Thank you very much for this very enlightening panel. As the photographer maybe do the due diligence in taking the photo, I believe the noise of our clapping will not stop that beauty to happen. So please, let's give again a big hand of applause to the panel. Yeah. Oh. So this concludes the sessions of the expert segment that was prepared for this forum. And maybe this is also the opportunity to thank all the colleagues that have been really putting their efforts tirelessly to put those different sessions together. it has turned out to be a fantastic outcome and very productive discussions that we have had. This afternoon, we'll be having the last, not the last, but it will be the partnership forum of the partnership forum of the whole conversation we are having, where we have 2 segments that will be happening. That will be from 2:30 to 4:30. So please be there. It will be a forum whereby we have many of the participants online and in different time zones. So let's have our lunch that I believe will be served in the same place as yesterday. That will be the 2nd floor. And let's reconvene in this same venue from 2:30. And we hope that maybe in the partnership conversation, I don't know, maybe Dr. Wanjiku will have someone to sponsor her supercomputer. Who knows? Thank you, and have a nice lunch.
missing Mr. Michael Kamau from the ICT Academy of Huawei. Is Michael with us? Michael? Okay. Please join Nisa and Peggy. I hope we have more people outside. Vincent, can I ask you to check outside to bring in the people, please? Thank you. I'm going to start developing a conspiracy theory. Seriously, 2 times I'm moderating a session, and both times it's right after lunch. So I have to start paying more attention. Okay, can we have Mr. Michael Kamau, Dr. Peggy Oti Boateng, and Mr. Isa Mohamed Ali to join me at the podium? Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here on the second day and to kickstart actually another part of this forum. We have been experiencing for the first day and a half a number of sessions that were looking at different issues related to artificial intelligence, whether this addressed the issues of governance, policies and strategies, the role of private sector, of the public sector, capacity development issues, applications of AI, and even looking at different sectors like cultural and the creative industries. I think that a lot of great things have come out. At least I have learned myself a lot of things. I was completely unaware earlier. And I would like to thank all of our panelists for that. And of course, the moderators who managed to keep things in check. So now we're moving to the second part of this 3-part forum, right? The first part is more technical. The second is more about partnerships. And then the third one tomorrow is the high-level segment where we will have at least 6 ministers to join us and discuss issues of artificial intelligence in their countries. So in this session, basically, what we're trying to do is get together some strategic partners to discuss. We have people from the African Academy of Science. I'm very happy to welcome with us Dr. Peggy Oti Boateng, who is the Executive Director of Africa Academy of Science, and very proud to say that she is an ex-UNESCO colleague. So very glad to have her here. We have Mr. Michael Kamau, who is the head of ICT Academy in Huawei, Kenya. And last but not least, we have Mr. Isa Mohammed Ali, who is the co-founder and community manager of the Tanzania AI community. So as you see, we have a mix of a panel. We have the private sector, we have the civil society, and we have academy to come in together. And what we want to do is we want to foster first of all the dialogue between the representatives of these different sectors on issues of policies, capacities needed for optimizing and scaling up artificial intelligence in Eastern Africa. We would like to see if we could identify some key areas for collaboration to create partnerships basically between the private sector, academia, and civil society at different levels, whether this is national or regional. And last but not least, our objective is to raise the visibility of ongoing multi-stakeholder partnerships which are aiming to scale up AI technology development and use in the region. So the format is simple as we had before. I will be asking some questions to our colleagues and they will be coming up with the answers. And then we will open up for a Q&A session. So I'm going to start first with Michael, the furthest away, right? Who, as I said, is heading the ICT Academy for Huawei. And we would like to find out, Michael, Huawei as a recognized global leader in artificial technologies, right? How does it leverage now its expertise, but also its infrastructure, its resources to build AI capacities in Eastern Africa?
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon. I think it's a lazy session. I wouldn't call it as much because it's immediately after lunch, but I believe we'll have an engaging session. So actually, as was introduced, my name is Michael. I work at Huawei, the Kenya office of Huawei. I'm responsible for the Huawei ICT Academy. And even before I answer this, I want to give my own experience of my very first interaction with AI. I was at university, I think 2016, 2017, and I studied computer science. So I had to download a framework from my own understanding of what was happening in the world. The framework was called TensorFlow, and I had to work with it to explore some data sets on handwritten characters. I think all of us who have been in school have gone through this kind of scenario. But first, I think this AI has been the industry that has really changed. From 2017 till now, the things that are happening now are so different from what was happening back in 2015, 2016. There has been a big growth in this area. And I don't think people actually, those in this community, because those are here are academic, from academic community or the industry, they know what the capabilities of AI, but most people outside there, they really don't know how powerful AI is. Right now we are talking about, we are heading to artificial general intelligence. So this was my first experience and it was very minimal at that time. You could do that with a framework, but now AI is very common. Everyone is using a subsequent of AI, whether they know it or not. And for Huawei, I think I will speak in two areas. First, as a technology company, Huawei, of course, is a leading global ICT provider of infrastructure and smart devices. So for us as Huawei, we focus on our customers. So I will start by giving an example of how we have implemented AI for the benefit of our customers. In Huawei in Southern Africa region is in about 16 countries. And in South Africa, a very mature economy, we have worked with a local carrier, that is MTN, and Huawei ourselves. And we have technologies such as 5G that are going to enable mining to become more safe. So right now we've worked on a lot of automation because when you go there, the economy largely partly depends on mining. And what you find that traditionally it was very expensive for labor workers to go deep into the mines and make sure that they can harvest these precious minerals and such. But Huawei, we have a solution and a technology that enables mining or smart mining to be done. And this is automation and this is part of what we call AI. So on the customer side, we have very many industry-specific solutions that are implementing AI. Mining is just one of them, because now the manager is just going to sit in the office and control everything through automation, make sure that everything that they are going to perform is being done accurately with the use of machines, smart machines. So this is just one example. We have very many solutions in healthcare, in fintech, and so many things that are analyzing data and using this data to make informed decisions. So from the business side, this is very, very critical for Huawei. We have done this across different business groups, from our consumer, from our telecom, from our enterprise, and our digital power. When it comes to advancing AI, we also have what we call Huawei ICT Academy. And here we are working with academic institutions across the world. And we have developed a very comprehensive AI curriculum based on Huawei's experience in this industry. So actually, we work with UNESCO on an AI training program for lecturers. We advertise every year, and I think it's one of the most attractive programs that we have gotten feedback on. We find that partners such as university, I mentioned my case at university, very general introductions of AI, but with this kind of high-level partnership through universities and with UNESCO, we provide our curriculum, and UNESCO help us advertise to 13 countries. So we've been able to recruit so far annually over 50 to 60 lecturers, professors from different universities across 13 countries, member states of UNESCO, and also Huawei is operating. And we have a very comprehensive training program that is provided by Huawei. This exposes the teachers, the professors, the lecturers to the very advanced topics of AI. And something that people don't really get about AI is that when you come to the actual learning about AI, people expect to come and learn about the AI concepts, the AGI, how I'm going to use my chat box to do all this. But then you come to the course itself and you have to do a lot of mathematics. So people don't expect this. I remember one of my colleagues said, I want to do this AI certification by Huawei. Then they come, they have to do a lot of mathematics and calculus and everything, because it's a fundamental knowledge topic. But this is only one of the topic areas. There are other areas such as scenarios through this course provided by Huawei, free of charge to all the university partners. There is a lot of lab work. There's a lot of, we have open sourced our MindSpore library that is used by Huawei itself in the different industries that we have. And this is only one of the advantages that we have given through this course. We have the course at an associate level for entry-level AI engineers, and even at a professional level. So broadly, this is our work. We are working very closely with higher institutions. We have partnered with 50 universities in the country. Globally, over 2,200 partners. Academic institutions have joined our Talent Alliance program, and we have a very clear knowledge transfer program, specifically on AI and cloud. So this is one of the efforts that we are doing, and we hope that it's an example of how partnership can help, advance the conversation of AI and really provide a flow of highly advanced AI skills to academic institutions. And you never know, we are laying the seeds now. These young people who go through the program are going to be leading AI engineers, and we believe they're going to lead the country transformation. So this is just one of the areas of partnership. I'm sure we'll be engaging more as we continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for the examples of both capacity development, but also how your building infrastructure can be used afterwards for providing solutions to especially rural areas in Africa. I know you guys are using also you providing computational capacity to people in hackathons, etc., so they are being able to develop new tools. So we heard about the private sector, what they're doing, and you saw that we're trying also to work with them in order to ensure that the development of artificial intelligence happens a little bit faster in the continent. But let's now go to the body for academics, the African Academy of Science, and let's ask Dr. Peggy Boateng to tell us a little bit about how does the African Academy of Science support the development of AI research and innovation ecosystems in Eastern Africa. I mean, we've been hearing through the past 2 days about the need to develop capacity at universities, and this is now where we are at. So, Peggy, please.
Thank you very much, Alex. I would like to take this opportunity to thank UNESCO and the government of Kenya for hosting this important meeting. It's long overdue, and we're grateful to be part of this. But before, I, go into what we're doing, I would like to ask, how many of you are fellows of the Academy? Anybody here? Is a fellow? Oh, great. Oh, perfect. So, I'm going to tell your story, and thank you. You're from Kenya? No. South Sudan? Ah, great, perfect. So we have fellows. So I'm going to tell the story of the fellows. The African Academy of Sciences is a non-profit, non-governmental, but it's Africa-led academy of experts, community of scientists, not only the natural sciences, but also the social sciences. And what do we do? For example, our new strategic plan, which we have, 2023 to 2027, we're so committed to leveraging science, technology, innovation for sustainable development of the continent. When we talk about AI, how can we leapfrog in Africa? We need the capacity, that is the human capital, and we also need the infrastructure. And this is what many of us don't have. So how does the African Academy of Sciences do that? We have 3 tripartite mandates. The first one is, we recognize excellence through the award of fellowship. So I'm glad to see 2 of our distinguished fellows. It's a whole process, through a criteria, and they will be selected to be, a fellow. We also have what they call associate fellows. So those of you who are non-Africans, but you have Africa at heart, you can also be fellows. So we have fellows from America, from China, from UK, can also be associate fellows. Then we have a third category who are called the affiliates and the young academies. So those of you who are here under 35, African demographic dividend, you can be fellows, but you can't be the affiliate. The second is we also provide think tank advisory services. And what do we do by think tank advisory? And this is precisely what we're doing now, trying to use science for evidence-based policy making. And as I speak, we are a member of the tax team for designing or rewriting or reimagining the Africa we want in the next 10 years through what they call TISA, Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa. So we are, part of the team. Our third one, which is what would resonate well here, is that we also implement key science, technology, innovation, capacity building. We realize that there are a lot of gaps in capacity building. For example, we're talking about AI. What is the core ingredient of AI? It's science, technology, innovation, mathematics, computer science, and even social sciences. So when we talk about AI, let's also talk about science, developing the science capacity and capability so that we'll be able to develop Africa, so that we could stop being consumers of technology, but also producers of the technology. We also need to make sure that we harness our human capital. For example, 75% of a youth under 30 years. How do we harness the potential of this, the youth that we have for the future jobs? And the future jobs need science, technology, innovation. And when I say science, I mean the 2 sciences, social and human sciences and natural sciences. So as we drive this AI, I'll encourage all of us, if you have young people, to actually understand and be part, of the science. But we all do this, and this is very particular, in terms of partnership. We need, as Africans, to have the value of integrity, excellence, and cooperation through respect and sharing of those knowledge. A lot of the collaboration that we have had in Africa does not have integrity. The data does not belong to Africans. The second is that we don't have respect for each other's, whatever we put in. So we also ensure that we have that. And then we also, realize that we need this. I'm sure you've heard it from UNESCO. We need that tripartite, collaboration. That is South-South, North-South, triangular collaboration. We need that because we cannot, as Africans, develop alone. But the other group of, cohort that we have in the academy is also their diaspora. We need to circulate that brain. There's so many scientists out of Africa. So we need to bring those brains back. If you go to NASA, you have Africans. If you go to many of the UK institutions, you have Africans. Why don't we bring back those brains by harnessing the potential of a diaspora? So when we talk about collaboration, we should look beyond just, donor, donee. We should be able to circulate what we have in Africa. And also even researchers should be able to work together. Researchers working together. Maybe we will have, maybe give you some of the I'll just give two examples of some of the programs that we are currently running that really looks at this tripartite development, but also developing the next generation of scientists. One is the program we call the ARISE, that's the Acceleration Research in Africa through Scientific Excellence. This is a collaboration between the African Union, the European Union, and the African Academy of Sciences through a program where we have $25 million, 25 million euros, where we believe that because we need to develop the capacity and infrastructure, we also need to give funding that is, adequate enough to have a long-term, collaboration. And I would single out, and UNESCO is familiar, like the CEDA. CEDA is one partner that gives long-term, and you can see the effect. So what we do is we give $500,000 to one PI, and each PI is supposed to develop other PhDs and MSCs so that we can cascade, the number of scientists we have. So at the moment, we have 47, PIs in 38 countries, and each of them is supposed to develop at least a minimum of 8 PhDs and 10 or 20 MSCs. So if you multiply that, you can see the cascading, effect of this project. The second is also one through what we call, we train PhD students, but we don't give them the opportunity to have postdoctoral. So we have another program. This is also a $12 million program between the National Institute of Health, Academy of Sciences, and Carnegie, where we give opportunities for, young scientists, but these are in the medical sciences, to spend at least 1 year in the US and another year developing their own laboratory. So you can see there are so many ways of developing this partnership, and also to have long-term, partnership. But concretely, you asked me a few questions, but I just want to, leave a few words for you, as to how, through our 40 years of experience, how we're shaping the development agenda, and also in particular, AI. We need to take advantage of the paradigms and train and make sure that we come together with governments, with UNESCO, with all our collaborators, Huawei, private sector, to build the Africa we want. And how do we do it? One is developing talent. We want to nurture the next generation of African scientists through STEM-linked, opportunity. We also have to upgrade infrastructure. And what is also very important, we need to transform higher education. And UNESCO, through your Education for the Futures, or the Futures of Education, how do we transform education in Africa so that we can also leapfrog and become producers of technology and not consumers of technology? The third one is that we also need to identify the critical gaps, and that's why we're here. What are the critical gaps? And I'm happy to see ministers here. It is always important, and yesterday you heard the Assistant Director General of Social and Human Sciences, that we need to link science, technology, and innovation policies. And many of our countries don't have STI policies. So we don't have any roadmap, and you must have a roadmap, as an African country. Then global collaboration. But close to our heart is that we need equitable partnership, which are African-owned. We also have to be culturally appropriate as solution, and we also have to have shared ownership. So Huawei, if you're here, it shouldn't always just be China. We should also own it and develop, those paradigms. And also look at the thriving economies, what we have. And the future is AI and data science, big data analysis. We cannot do AI without computing, without mathematics, without the STEM. And the last but not the least is that, can we all have roadmap? There are many countries here. How many of us have roadmap with actionable steps, monitored? Actionable steps that are constantly being monitored. How do we do that? And then how do we make sure that we are able to be the actors who reframe, rewrite, and reimagine the African we want using the opportunities that we have in AI? And we're saying that we are doing it, but we are inviting all African countries, including UNESCO, so that we can come together. We can't do it alone, but let's look at where the paradigms are. Let's look at using our demographic dividend, and let's look at how we can anchor, AI, but through the use of science, technology, and innovation. I could talk on and on because I get so passionate, but because of time. So thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you very much, Peggy, for this passionate statement. I'm going to go to our third and last now panelist, which is Mr. Isa Mohamed Ali. As I said, Isa is the co-founder and community manager of Tanzania AI Community, and he represents in our panel the civil society. So, Isa, we know that civil society plays an important role in holding governments accountable, in advocating for marginalized voices and the most vulnerable so they can be heard, and trying to ensure that there is some equity in ethics and ethics in any AI development. So can you tell us a little bit about how your organization now engages in multi-stakeholder partnerships or other partnerships, it doesn't have to be multi-stakeholder, that support the development of AI that is ethically oriented?
Sure. So first, a little bit of backstory, because as much as at the moment we are a civil society organization, that is not how we began. In essence, we started off as a community, and it was very much focused around looking at the Tanzanian ecosystem and realizing that artificial intelligence was being applied. The work was happening, but it was very siloed. There were a few people doing a lot of good work, but very separated from each other, and a large group of youth who are interested in getting involved, but they have no idea where to start from. So could we create mechanisms that could bring these people together and try and support their needs to be able to grow and scale? And that was the concept that we started with, but we didn't know what we were doing. So we literally decided that, hey, we're gonna call everyone we know who's in AI into a room and just ask them, we wanna start this thing, which was originally called the Tanzania AI Lab, because the idea was for it to be a lab space for people to build things, and ask them, what can we do for you? What can we do to allow you to build better, to allow you to build more scaled products and systems and things like that? And we kept on using that methodology. Just ask the people what they want, and let's see how we can support that to happen, where we became a form of like representation for this AI techies group. And over time, we realized, well, we're not really a lab anymore. We're a community now. So we changed our name and we became the Tanzania AI Community. And through that process, we realized that our focus is AI for good. Our focus is supporting the people. Our focus is increasing the positive ethical usage of the technology. Up until then, this has been about 4 years of operation. We just existed as a brand, as an identity. There was no legal backing or anything. It was just there. Thankfully, no one registered a patent or trademark against our name in that time. But then we decided, what is the form that best makes sense to represent this? And that was a CSO, where we decided that we work with the people, and we started getting recognition, where we started getting approached by multiple partners on how we could collaborate and work together. But we didn't have a legal form to work together with them. And this ranged from national stakeholders, like the National Vocational Training Center in Tanzania, that decided they wanted to build a diploma in artificial intelligence. And they're like, hey, you're in AI, come help us build a diploma, a vocational focused diploma for AI. And we were like, sure, we'll do that. We're just a community. So we tap into our experts that are able to provide the feedback, the understanding, have that expertise to really inform that process. And that's how we built this web of partnership and collaboration that went beyond formal structures, where we were invited to support the Ministry of Health in developing an AI policy framework. We're just a community. There is no, again, no organization behind this or anything, until we were like, okay, all of this till today had been unfunded, bootstrapped. Our team, the people involved, had their own startups, had their own jobs, were academic lecturers, were involved in private sector. I had a full-time job, so this was my 5 to 9 outside of my 9 to 5. And we were like, okay, now we need to formalize this in some way, and that's how the CSO came into play. So we're also registered as an NGO, nonprofit organization for now. We will set up the lab one day. We want to build cool things. We want to work with different partners, and that's how we started getting more involved and saying, oh, one of the reasons why it's difficult to interact with public sector is public sector isn't going to go and listen to a decentralized group of people. If they have to listen to 10 different people or 100 different people, it becomes very difficult. It's easy if there's a single point of access to the entire network, similar to like a private sector representation group or a startup association. So we slowly start to become that for techies. And the thing about techies is we build our own self-reinforced bubble. We will talk amongst ourselves, and we will complain about the same things, and we don't engage the people that we're complaining about. We just reinforce our own concerns, our own worries, but we never approach them. And in fact, our MP from Tanzania was here this morning talking just about that these techies will not approach the regulation authorities to actually voice some of these concerns. They'll talk about it on Twitter, they will post about it, they'll talk about it on forums like this, but they won't actually go engage the government body and say, hey, look, we've talked to 100 people who are in this technology, who are building these kinds of solutions, and these are the concerns they have while they've been building and deploying these solutions. So that's slowly how we built that collaboration network and use very unconventional methods of partnership, where we have an open policy that if there is someone in our ecosystem who is doing something better than us, we will reduce our work and instead support them. So if there is someone who has, let's say, started an AI forum in the country, and we see that they're very passionate about it, they're engaging with it, and they can do better if they had the support, we will divert, and instead of bringing a competing entity for that, or a competing forum, we will look at how can we partner with them and support it to scale it up, to take it to even bigger lengths, to maybe if they're only doing it in one city, can we do it in 6 cities? And that's been the direction that we've largely been taking. So it extends to both local and international. We do capacity building programs. We refuse to design our own courses. There are amazing courses out there, both developed in the continent as well as internationally. Some, for example, Alliance for AI was here yesterday. We leveraged some of their courses that they've built, and their courses are very interesting because they look at building an AI professional, an African AI professional, taking into account their ancestry. What is Africa's story? What is that development that's happened? How do they position themselves as a professional from a portfolio and branding point of view? So we leverage these types of courses. The AI Commons is an interesting organization that is working similar to the Creative Commons to develop open platforms and open algorithms. IRCAI, the International Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, that's under the auspices of UNESCO. We work with them to see how can we amplify the voice and research that's happening. And anytime we approach these types of partnerships, we don't take whatever blanket statement they give us that this is the terms of our partnership. We're like, no, the context in Tanzania and East Africa is like this. And as such, we would want to modify that partnership to follow. IRCAI, very heavy research organization, academics and such. We're like, great. We have a rich academic background in Tanzania, yes, but we see in Eastern and the entire Africa, a lot of application of AI is happening through startups. Startups are the ones that are driving the real-world experimental application of this. So instead of a partnership that only focuses on academia, can we add focus for startups? Can we bring in mechanisms that allow researchers who are coming out of Europe to support startups here? Instead of just exchanging them with another research institute here, sure, we can do that, but let's give them the option of involving a startup as well. So then we can create stronger industrial ties, more interesting ventures that could be built in the long term. So that's kind of how we've approached this multi-stakeholder collaboration and partnership.
Very well, thank you very much. Isa, can I ask for a round of applause for the intervention so far? So I see a lot of opportunities for cooperation already. For example, I was thinking while I was listening to you, Peggy, what about a program where we involve affiliates with the Huawei ICT Academy, right, to do the trainings of affiliates, let's say, on issues of AI, with the involvement of UNESCO, of course. And congratulations for having no ego, but rather looking at the greater good. Very impressive to be able not to try to have your own flag, but rather see what is the best and then move with the best. And then if there is a gap, okay, fill it. It takes a lot of guts to do that, right? And really to be a humble person. So now I would like to open up the floor for any of the colleagues who would like to ask any questions or see the opportunity to propose how a partnership can take place. Do we have anyone from the audience who would like to follow any examples who have to say, okay, yes, please, our Kenyan colleague. Okay, thank you very much for the intervention. Just to take UNESCO's at least take on that, you have to understand that this is not in our mandate to comment about the situation, right? Our mandate is on education, sciences, and culture, so we cannot comment on the specifics. For sure, the whole UN is looking into the future, and that's why we have also the Summit of the Future coming in September, right? It's looking as to how we're going to have a new way of looking at things so that the youth from all over the world can find a place. As Peggy was saying before, we're stuck on the world of the 70s. Our education system is built on the 70s when we had a totally different growth. So it's a different world right now, and we have not been adjusting. Right? We are looking into it from top, right? This is our mandate. Do we have another? Okay, I see two ladies. Let's start on the way in the back with a white shirt. Please introduce yourself, then the lady with the white t-shirt, and then the gentleman with the blue jacket. But this will be also the last three questions as we have another session coming up. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Requesting that it is possible, especially with the online meeting, webinars, the tech is for the person, how to integrate the information, when it is available to but another request is we also have the document apps. At the moment, there are ways that that's those who are there.
Thank you very much. I will ask Huawei to come in on that question. Let us take though the other two, right? Yes, ma'am.
And my question will be directed to the last panelist from the AI community organization. I have done a bit of research on the impact of AI on media freedoms.
Sorry, 1 second. Can we have an adjustment of the sound?
Okay, that's clear?
No, it's an echo. Because there is an echo, we cannot hear you clearly. Can you pass the mic?
Thank you. My name is Angela Silima. I have done a bit of research on the impact of AI on media freedoms, and specifically in terms of access to information and freedom of expression. One of the things that seems to come out is that in the era of AI, there are lesser voices
in the media. Issues of AI algorithms, issues of the AI language, issues of ownership of AI all seem to stifle the voices that are in the media. And in my thinking, one of the things that seems to be a missing link, especially in AI literacy, seems to be the missing voice of civil society. And especially the fact that we're not looking at AI from a human rights approach in terms of how does AI impact on the enjoyment of basic freedoms, enjoyment of human rights. So my thinking is that I think there needs to be something that will spur advocacy from a human rights approach, and I don't know what needs to be done for civil society to pick that up as a human rights issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask Isa to pick on this one up, and of course, Peggy, you will more than welcomed. Please.
My name is Peter Olo. I work for the Kenya Met Service, and my role is to, one of the big projects I'm currently leading is to how we can be able to improve our forecasting services by leveraging on AI. And one of the things we'll be focusing on is how can we be able to use our data, because we all know that our Met Service is heavily data-driven. We have different data sources from satellites, from meteorological stations, more than 40, hydrological stations, oceanographic stations, and all that. So my question will go to Mike of Huawei, that in your view, and maybe from the best practice around the world, what do you think are the opportunities for the Met Service, leveraging on Huawei technology to improve weather forecasting? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Michael, can you pick up the two questions for you, and then Isa, the other one?
Thank you. To the first question, I think access to education, I will answer it from an infrastructure point of view and also from opportunities. You talked about opportunities, what kind of opportunities are for young people. So access to the internet and access to data is something that Kenya has done quite well. You find that most young people right now can access the internet. Over 90% of the country has a 3G connection, over 60% 4G, and now we are talking about 5G. I think it's available in Nairobi, Mombasa. Huawei has deployed over 150 sites in the country on 5G. So internet access is very, very critical in terms of allowing young people to connect to each other and to connect to opportunities. So this is one, and it's very important. From an infrastructure point of view as well, you talked about Jitume. Jitume is actually a project of Konza, Konza the data center. Actually, the data center is wholly developed by Huawei, the data center solution. It's a tier 3 data center, meaning it has the data center site at Machakos and also a redundancy site in Nyeri at Dedan Kimathi University. So actually, Jitume came about after Konza, the data center was developed. We need to connect, we had a part of the project was on infrastructure development across the country, and the solution that we developed to the government, Konza Technopolis Authority, I don't know if they're here, I think they were here yesterday, was the desktop. So it's a solution that partly developed by Huawei and also by Konza jointly to ensure that we can provide more equitable access and opportunities for young people to connect to the internet more easily. And if you look at the implementation, it's done primarily at TVETs. So we have, the project has heavily equipped TVETs, and it's going to allow more young people to access opportunities that they could not have accessed. So access to infrastructure is very important. The internet is very much available here in Kenya. And the cost of data, I think also these are things that we need to talk about if we are talking about opportunities for young people. When it comes to learning, my take is that we have so many talent cultivation programs. And the other part, the other half of it is talent identification. We need to identify, put across very clear methods to identify the top talent and nurture them. We have a hackathon that we concluded previously. We had winners. Last month in May, we took 450 university graduates, and partly some from TVET to China, our HQ, from across the world. We sponsored 450 young people from different countries, 80 countries, to Huawei HQ. And this is an amazing opportunity for them. It was an ICT competition. They are showcasing their capabilities as young people to compete in these advanced technologies, including cloud and AI. So identification is very important. We need to identify this top talent, and the industry needs to provide more opportunities similar to this. Huawei can do this. We have our DigiTrack, which is our classroom on wheels that goes to rural areas and provides some basic teaching skills for ICT. So cultivation is one, but also we need to enhance our identification frameworks. We need to make sure that we can find out who are the top talent in this field and how to better incentivize them. When it comes to opportunities, how to improve weather prediction, this is actually a solution from our cloud business, Huawei Cloud. We have a weather forecasting model called Huawei Pangu, P-A-N-G-U-E, P-A-N-G-U. I think you can look this up. It's one of the most advanced weather forecasting system that we have developed as Huawei, leveraging on AI and, of course, data that is available, free access data that is available, and also our own in-house built models on AI. So this is one of the ways we have provided this. It's a solution that we have provided to different countries. I think Madagascar are using this kind of solution that we have. And it's something that we can discuss more maybe on the Huawei booth, because it's a commercial solution that we provide to the market. P-A-N-G-U, Pangu model, Huawei Pangu model. You can look it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael, let's go to Isa quickly so we can.
Sure. So I want to start with the VETA one because we were involved in the development of the AI curriculum for VETA in Tanzania. And this might be potentially a bit controversial, but I think the first thing we really need to do is stop thinking of VETA and vocational institutions as inferior institutions. There is this mindset that you go to VETA when you can't go to university. There is this idea that only those who did not do well at high school at A levels then go to VETA. When it comes to technology, VETA has the potential. Vocational skills and training has the potential to be the most significant learning opportunity and the biggest pipeline for technical talents there is. Because vocational talent is very hands-on, is very focused on building from day zero. It is a skills competency-based learning. Universities, the foundation is the theoretical. Vocational is the hands-on. When it comes to most technology companies today, they are looking at what can you do with the skills you say you have. They do not look at the certificate as much as they used to. What that means is the potential for a youth who has gone through a vocational program and has a strong portfolio, they can stand a significantly higher chance of getting opportunities, especially in this freelancing world that we now exist in. In the curriculum that we built for VETA Tanzania, we looked at including freelancing and online service provision as part of the curriculum. How do you do freelancing? How do you build a portfolio? How do you present yourself? So VETA is very key, is very important, and we need to bring it up at a higher level and look at it as this is an option that a student, that my child could consider instead of university and should hold as much weight as university, in my opinion. When it comes to rural and youth innovation and the gaps that exist in that space, I think this is one of those spaces where it benefits to take a step back from high-tech technology. Because the situation that they're in, the infrastructure that's available may not allow us to deploy the most developed solutions. But we need to reduce that digital gap and divide that is occurring in the rural spaces. And it can be as simple as, can we throw some basic digital literacy equipment on the back of a truck and send it to different rural areas, similar to mobile libraries, except for technology, to bring up that skill level as connectivity advances, as the infrastructure advances in parallel? Can we bring up that literacy level? Can we bring up that skill level? Can we give them the skills and basic resources that the underlying potential they have to innovate, to potentially disrupt, that they start having the tools and resources to be able to do that? A conversation that we need to have more is edge deployment of devices, deploying solutions in areas of no connectivity that are beyond the network. And that is what will potentially benefit rural areas, whether they're learners, their applications, or such. Finally, the media freedom side of things. We recently had a conference in Tanzania where we were invited at the National Media and Journalists Conference to share about AI in media. And the general issue is we need to raise that awareness of the technology, because everyone's talking about it, but no one is fully confident they understand it. They will give their perceptions of what they think it is. And when it comes to that freedom of expression, there's a wealth of misinformation that's now being generated. And the best way to get people to be confident enough to talk about it is to make sure they're aware of it. A lot of times, unfortunately, as techies, whenever we talk about capacity building, we think of capacitating fellow tech people to become more technical, when in reality, we need to capacitate those who are not in the tech sector to understand, why are these technologies, why are we talking so much about them? What is the potential for impact that they have? Why should they care about it? And what role do they have to play in this entire conversation? And that's where media, education, teachers are willing to come in. One of the projects we are working on is building a tool to support teachers in building assessments and questions for exams and tests and things like that. And it's a very simple tool that takes the national curriculum, allows the teacher to say, I teach geography for Form 2. I'd like a true or false question on migration. And it generates a question for them, and it's all over WhatsApp. So it's very accessible. But then we realized that the teachers might not even know what they're interacting with. They just think it's like a Q&A bot kind of thing, which in some ways it is. So then we decided, before we roll it out properly, let's include a layer of AI literacy. Let's include a layer to ensure that these teachers, while they're using this system, they have an opportunity to learn as well about the technology. And that way we make sure that they understand the limitations and abilities of what they're about to use. And without them doing that AI literacy component, they can't use the tool. So that's how we try and bring more people into it and create that more inclusive ecosystem.
Thank you very much. May I ask for another round of applause for our panelists? I would like to thank you very much for your interventions and you for your patience. We are running late. Apologies for the next speakers. Thank you.
Another round of applause for them, please. Can I check with the technical crew if Dr. Seth Senta is online? Yeah, so we'll have now a segment of our program where we'll have an intervention from Dr. Seth Senta. Dr. Seth Senta is the acting special envoy for Critical and Emerging Technology at the U.S. Department of State. He will be intervening online. Dr. Seth, if you can hear us, you have the floor.
Terrific. Thanks so much. I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate, even if online. And I really wanted to thank specifically the government of Kenya for being such a terrific partner on all technology issues, and in particular, artificial intelligence, as this has become the most important technology issue over the past 2 years. I'm also grateful for all of the work that UNESCO has done to lead in building global consensus on the ethical framework for AI, which really preceded much of the attention that has been focused on AI in the last several months. And the readiness assessments that they're leading throughout the world are really an important component of the overall AI conversation, in particular, how AI relates to education and how educational opportunities are going to be necessary to seize the opportunity for AI. And of course, I'm grateful to those of you in the audience, especially the entrepreneurs, academics, and members of the private sector who are going to drive innovation in AI. Of course, governments have an important role, but it is all of you who are going to make sure that we achieve all of the successes with AI that we hope to in safe, secure, and trustworthy ways. I thought I would just lay out very briefly some of the elements that I see in the international landscape that should give all of us optimism that we're on the right track, and then discuss just a little bit some of the ways in which the United States and Kenya and East Africa are working together to advance our shared ambitions. I would say, number one, there is a remarkable global convergence on the overall architecture for how all of us in the world, developed and developing, see the AI future and what needs to be done to harness AI safely and quickly and in innovative ways. I would just point to that respect to this remarkable achievement at the United Nations of a General Assembly resolution agreed to by all member states with 123 co-sponsors, including Kenya, Tanzania, and Djibouti, to agree that we need to strike a balance between creating a governance framework that manages the risks of artificial intelligence and makes sure that we're employing it safely and securely, and recognizes the central role that AI opportunity must play in solving all of the sustainable development goals. As all of us know, we're quite behind in achieving almost all of the objectives that we've ambitiously set out as the world to achieve. And we think that artificial intelligence applications and developing AI-ready societies provide a huge opportunity to accelerate achievement of the SDGs and get us back on track. The United States has been a proponent, supporter of all of the capacity building efforts around the world across the full stack of artificial intelligence to help make sure that countries, companies, people, localities are becoming AI ready and harnessing the opportunity. And I just wanted to focus just for a minute on the education and STEM component of this, because I know that really is an important part of the meetings that in Nairobi today. And I would say in this respect, the United States and Kenya have partnered in all sorts of ways to drive educational opportunities at the foundation of the AI stack, which is really talent cultivation and training. And there are several places where I think specifically are worth focusing on. One, just when President Ruto and President Biden met in Washington last month, they agreed on a series of really ambitious efforts to accelerate education and training around critical emerging technologies and AI in particular. A new partnership 2024 was developed to ensure that Kenyan students, scientists, researchers, and engineers were encouraged to to work with US universities, and US universities would increase their investment in those relationships. EdTech Africa, an important initiative launched with the governments of Kenya and the United States in collaboration with leading private sector firms and leading universities, is an initiative that serves as an emerging technology bridge between historically black colleges in the United States and African scholars to make sure that these educational exchanges are focused on the right technology areas, including AI. These are all nested within a larger framework for cooperation, prioritizing STEM education, and bringing in private sector resources and public sector efforts. We've developed new emerging technology training programs for mid-career officials to make sure that they are upskilling as well, so it's not just focused on the youth. But of course, we do believe fundamentally that focusing on young leaders, students, paving the way for an AI future is the focus. And our young leaders regional leadership center has been expanded to make sure that we have the right framework in cooperation with governments of Ghana, Senegal, as well as other parts of Africa, including 49 countries. So at the level of education and training, I think we recognize that this is what's going to drive the AI revolution. But I think it's part of a much larger comprehensive approach that all of us need to take in conceptualizing how to harness AI. And I think really what we're talking about here is a full stack concept, full AI stack concept. And what we need to develop are full stack partnerships bilaterally between the United States and its partners in East Africa. What does a full stack partnership mean or look like? I think first and foremost, as I mentioned, it's training, it's job skilling, it's putting government resources into play to make sure that we have the right kinds of student connections, the right kinds of job training efforts. But in addition to that, it includes making sure that the infrastructure to develop AI-ready societies is in place. It means prioritizing digital connectivity efforts. It means making sure that we have the data centers in place, green data centers, hopefully, that will ultimately provide the foundation for the kinds of cloud computing infrastructure that is going to enable training and inference of new AI models. I think this is going to be hugely consequential. It means getting the cybersecurity component of this AI infrastructure right to make sure that when our citizens and our governments employ AI applications, that our data is secure, that malicious actors cannot access it or manipulate the AI, in order to build trust with our citizens that these AI systems can be used safely, securely, and to protect our privacy. And of course, we increasingly understand that in order to have a full AI stack partnership, we're also going to need to build manufacturing and commercial relationships to enable the building and construction of this AI infrastructure. And to that end, I think there was a very important component of the US-Kenya head of state visit, which was to announce new partnerships in expanding semiconductor supply chain resilience, semiconductor supply chain manufacturing as a priority partnership area between the US and Kenya. I think this is an important component of the future of what a full stack AI partnership looks like. And then, of course, there's the AI application specific topics. I noted in the previous panel, there was a conversation about weather forecasting and the application of AI to enhance modeling. This is an incredibly exciting component of AI where I think the most opportunity lies for harnessing AI. In this respect, open data sets, open foundation models, the achievement of scientific discovery by unlocking both the promise of AI software and the promise of the data that can be utilized to maximize that software is incredibly important and incredibly exciting. Just one example of this recently, of this sense of an open model, open data architecture for solving, or at least helping to address climate change concerns. Just recently, NASA, the US Space Agency, worked with the private sector company IBM to unlock all of the geospatial data that NASA has acquired and pair it with a foundation model that enables climate forecasting, all powered by AI, that allows you to do regional and local weather and climate forecasting, all on this open platform, free data, free foundation model, open to any scientist, researcher, educator in the world. It's just one example of the kind of promise that AI offers And it's really an exciting opportunity, I think, that is engaged in that topic. There's another component of this, which is at the highest level of the AI stack, which is AI governance. And this is where I think in the previous session, an excellent question was asked about how human rights fits into this conversation. And in that respect, I'll return to where I started, which was this global consensus at the United Nations on what an architecture for seizing the opportunities for AI, for solving or achieving the SDG goals in the context of a safe, secure, and trustworthy framework operates. And it was quite a remarkable achievement. All of the countries in the world agreed that at the central core of the application of AI systems, we must have a strong human rights basis that protects the rights of the individual, the privacy of individuals as these systems are employed, as data is acquired. And I think it provides a really strong foundation for any government as they are developing AI and as their citizens are engaging with the government to have a constructive conversation to make sure that human rights are at the center of the governance of these systems. As all of us in the world create within our respective countries, whether it's a hard regulatory framework, perhaps like the European Union has been pursuing, or other models of AI governance, that the right ideas and principles are shaping the specific details that every government is implementing so that all of us can benefit, hopefully in interoperable ways across borders from this AI revolution. The core part of US policy, and I just want to stress this, is that the United States is working to build global momentum around harnessing AI for good and making sure that across the full stack of AI, we have the kinds of partnerships, particularly in East Africa, to develop this full stack partnership. And we've focused heavily, of course, on Kenya as an example, an exemplar of where this is working, where we need to put money investment, encourage continued private sector work, encourage the kind of deepening of the university partnerships that are going to drive the next generation of AI entrepreneurs, the next generation of AI scientists, and hopefully put us into a position of building really a collaborative community that can harness this new technology. So I deeply appreciate the opportunity to participate. I deeply appreciate UNESCO's work in leading this conversation. And I look forward to continuing collaboration between the United States and all states in East Africa to continue driving this conversation forward to ensure that all of us have the AI capacity that we need to serve our citizens. Thank you very much.
We thank very much Dr. Center for his intervention. We will now move to the second segment of this partnership forum, which is the opportunity to present to this audience a particular initiative from UNESCO and bring the perspective from our Business Council for Ethical AI. And yeah, you are very well aware of the development in town. We have been expecting some panelists physically, which unfortunately couldn't make it to the venue, but who are connected online. And for this panel session that will be moderated by our Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, Madame Gabriela Ramos, who I please ask to join the stage. We also have physically in the room the representative of the CEO of Konzac Technopolis. That's Mr. Jackson Kanner. Can you please join the stage? And for this panel, we'll be having online Ms. Akua Giekie. She's Corporate External and Legal Affairs Director for Africa Transformation Office for Microsoft. We have online engineer Andrew Masila, Innovation Tech Research and Development for Safaricom. We have also online Mr. Boris Gamazi from Salesforce, Mrs. Jumena Luna, she's Senior Manager, Global AI Policy for Lenovo. And we also have our colleague, Mr. Angel Melguizo, who is connected online. So, Madame Ramos, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Hugues, and good afternoon, everybody. I don't think this is working. Let me see. Voila. So, good afternoon, everybody. Great to have you here, and it's a very interesting panel, and I want to thank Hugues for having it put together. It's a panel where we are going to be hearing from the business sector. We have been commenting on the ways in which governments can steer the development of artificial intelligence in a positive manner. We have been discussing how the work of UNESCO and the implementation of the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence is supporting our member states into building these frameworks that are ethically and that can control the downside risks, but also support investments in areas where there are huge benefits. But we couldn't have this conversation without the business sector. The UNESCO has launched the Business Council for the implementation of the recommendation. Angel Melguizo is here with us, and he has been helping us and steering this work. But we also have been working very closely with Microsoft and also with Telefonica, who are the co-chairs, to try to bring together the knowledge that the business sector has on these issues, but also the understanding that we are gaining as a multilateral organization, and also that brings so many governments together to understand how we can shape these technologies better. We are very proud because in the Global Forum on the Ethics of AI in Slovenia, where we have 61 countries and many of them doing the readiness assessment that UNESCO is performing here in the R5 with several members of the region, we also launched the Business Council for the Ethics of AI. And businesses are also looking at these issues. I know because I have been talking to many of the representatives of the business sector. They are concerned on the negative impacts that there might be, and more if they make the headlines, and then people get scared and don't trust the technologies. And I think that's not a great place to be when you are an innovator and when you are a business person. This council was launched also with LG Research, with Salesforce that are represented here, with GSMA, who is an observer, with Masterclass, with INET. And what we want to do today is to bring the African business sector to join the council, because as we said it from the very beginning of this conversation, many things are happening in Africa, a very dynamic continent, thinking how do we take advantage of these technologies, and therefore it's very important that we also benefit from the African businesses that can come with their own elements there and contributions to make on how to implement the technologies in an ethical way. Africa has a fantastic opportunity to capitalize on the world's largest youth workforce, with more than 60% of Africa population being under 25. The kind of developments that can take place in Africa for development goals and also for climate goals and for so many other challenges are really maximized with the good implementation and development of artificial intelligence. And therefore, the whole point is how do we look for those examples and how do we learn from the best practices. And for that, we at UNESCO also developed the ethical impact assessment. We have the readiness assessment for member states and the ethical impact assessment that is also being discussed with the members of this council to make it useful also for them. And in the Trust Conference in London, we are going to be launching also a due diligence practice with 170 companies, and it's really a very important contribution there. So let me start with our participants. I want to welcome Akua Gieke, who is Corporate External and Legal Affairs Director, African Transformation Office of Microsoft. Microsoft, as I said, is already one of the founders of the Business Council of the implementation of UNESCO's recommendation, and is the co-chair. So I would like to hear from you, Akua, on what are Microsoft priorities with regard to developing and nurturing the local tech and AI startup ecosystem. You have 4 minutes, no more, because we want to have a more dynamic exchanges. So over to you. Is Akua there or not?
I'm here.
Okay.
I can hear you at least.
Yeah. We can hear you, so over to you, Akua. Take the floor, please. And if we can connect, there you are. Oh my God, it's so good to see you. You know, I was talking in the vacuum, and now I can see the screen and I can see all of you, and now I feel confident that we will have a fantastic panel. Over to you, Akua.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, even if online. Thank you so much for inviting us to be part of this conversation. As you said, my name is Akua Gieke. I drive government affairs for Africa at Microsoft. And as you rightfully pointed out, Microsoft is indeed a co-chair of UNESCO's Business Council alongside Telefonica. I wanted to just talk a little bit to help set the scene about how we're leveraging AI to drive sustainable development across Africa, and how are we thinking about sort of doing this in a responsible way. And then also address your question as to how do we support startups in that engagement. So, as I'm sure you're not surprised at Microsoft, we very much recognize the transformative potential of AI. We have an Office of Responsible AI, actually, who works with all of the teams to really ensure that we use our technology and we develop it with a human rights-centered approach. We've developed principles of fairness, reliability, inclusiveness, also importantly, transparency and accountability in all of our AI initiatives. And our aim really, and why we have them, is to innovate, but we innovate responsibly, ensuring that the AI that we develop benefits everyone, including all of us Africans here in Kenya and across the continent. So for the past few years, we've worked to advance responsible AI, and we've done so grounded in strong ethical principles. We've also been one of the first companies to actually say that AI should be regulated, because we realize that for this entire endeavor to be effective, governments and governance efforts should really be focused on being risk-based and outcome-focused to address the responsibilities that both developers such as ourselves have, but also people to deploy the technology, and also sort of looking into the future, utilize impact assessments, and you spoke to some of them earlier, and testing to really advance the conversation about transparency and accountability. If you're interested in more of that, especially for the African context, I would encourage you to look at our AI in Africa Meeting the Opportunity white paper that I had the pleasure to author with a few of my colleagues earlier this year, where we really go deep on our response to responsible AI, our 5-point blueprint to think about how to govern AI across the world and also here in Africa, and most importantly, thinking through what are some use cases that might be interesting when we think about leveraging this technology here across the continent. Now, we've been witnessing this current AI revolution through partnerships with our customers, with our partners, with governments and community stakeholders. And we're doing a lot to help transform businesses and showcase success stories. But it's interesting because we're also partnering with governments as they're developing their respective AI strategies across the board, because they're looking towards us as one of the key developers in this space. Now, you mentioned startups and how we support them, particularly being one of the key sort of ecosystem players in the space. And just recently, we had an Africa Startup AI Fest, where multiple of our colleagues, myself included, talked about how do we support startups on their journey to market, use the right AI-powered tech, and how do they do so responsibly when they're thinking about how to grow not only in their respective countries, but really across the continent and globally, to be really honest. And I know I only have 4 minutes, so I won't go deep, but we also recognize that there are other components that are part of this conversation, especially here in Africa. We need to think about internet connectivity, right? We need to think about digital literacy and skills. And I've heard some of the conversations that took place yesterday and even today that very much delve deeply into those areas that are part of a solution, really, when we're having these conversations about how do we deploy this technology responsibly and how do we do so in partnerships with others. Because I think that's one thing where we do a lot, but we also recognize for this to work, we have to operate in partnership. And that's why it's so exciting to co-lead these efforts on this UNESCO Business Council alongside with others. And we were quite encouraged at the Global AI Forum in Slovenia that you mentioned, that other companies were eager to join these efforts and sort of work with us alongside to figure out how do we continue to use AI ethically in our work across. So I think in conclusion, for now at least, I would say that I hope the commitment that Microsoft has here in Africa is clear. We aim to empower every person and every organization on the planet, as well as here in Africa, use AI, and you do it so responsibly, to really help people achieve more, right? That drives all of our efforts in Africa, and that will continue to drive our efforts in partnership with organizations such as yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you, and thank you for all of the efforts. It's so good, because at the end, it's interesting that we are, of course, with our dear Natasha Crampton in New York with Microsoft, but that then we have this expertise that the global companies also have on the different regions. And because we're talking about this region, let's also move to, I want to invite Andrew Masila, who is Innovation, Tech Research and Development of Safaricom, which is one of the big African successes in the tech ecosystem. And so the question, very straightforward, what do you think is needed to further grow the private sector in this area in East Africa and in the continent? And what would be the outlook of this business evolving in the upcoming decade? Over to you, Andrew.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please confirm whether you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect. Yes.
I'll proceed. It's an honor to be on this panel to share a couple of insights. And first to mention, Andrew, I lead innovation, tech research and design at Safaricom. And just to mention a bit about Safaricom, even as I give a view as to the outlook in terms of the private sector, probably mention a few things which we are doing, of course, in collaboration with other partners, and how that looks into the future. Safaricom is actually a purpose-driven company, and the current vision is actually to be Africa's leading purpose-led technology company. And at the heart of what Safaricom does is really to leverage on technology to improve the lives of citizens of Kenya, now beyond where we have our operations. And these technologies, and I'll mention connectivity because that was one of the first solutions out of Safaricom. Actually, the core of Safaricom is telecommunications. And if I now look into the future, what this has done, especially from an ethics perspective, aside from connecting people, then it also advances the agenda of ethics in terms of representation in AI. because if you have over 30 million Kenyans connected, then their data is actually available for models, actually for training. So connectivity, other than the basic utility, then it also feeds to have a level of representation in terms of data. Moving on to products such as M-Pesa, which actually came out of experimentation and innovation. And now, what does the future look for Safaricom? And we continue to be a purpose-led technology company. Our view in terms of AI is to actually leverage on this technology to improve the lives of our customers, and looking at elements like stopping fraud that may happen to customers or giving them availability of the best offers. And beyond, I think the responsibility is much more than just our customers. And now we are having a look to the rest of Africa. And a couple of initiatives, of course, will keep enhancing our connectivity to ensure that we are able to actually to create the digital connection and have data from an ethical representation perspective. We're also big in terms of building of curriculum within our local universities. And what this does is that it enhances the talent pipeline available for AI and related technologies, so that we can have a population that can continue to build onto this. And we're actively working with universities and including bodies such as UNESCO. I remember a couple of years back, we had a hackathon, and we were helping actually UNESCO with some emerging tech issues, and other partners on board. So in terms of curriculum build, then to ensure we're able to build this within our university ecosystem. As well, we are very big in terms of the national strategy, working with other partners and government to develop a strategy for AI. I know there are many discussions, should policy, should regulation come first, but essentially it should be driven by a common purpose. And I think strategies are a more reasonable way to go. And within the region now, we are helping to create a strategy which we hope will also have an impact to other neighboring countries. As well, we also focused internally because we are aware of ethical issues in terms of job displacement. And internally, actually, we have very big programs within the company to drive AI awareness among our 6,000 plus staff. No one will be left behind, but also this is critical. And at a national level, as part of the strategy, elements such as a national lab, because experimentation is also very key in terms of how the private sector drives this, and ensuring that we have tools whereby we can start early experimentation and to drive the initial use cases. Of course, there is continuous building of capacity through forums such as this, and what I'd advocate for is more practical sessions as well, where we can get to work with tools, experiment, and actually drive some of the capacities. So this is what is happening currently. Outlook for the future I dream of, and perhaps where I see private sector playing, is an AI that is actually relevant for Africa. And when you look at most of Africa driven by the informal sector of the economy, driven by microeconomies. So what does AI look like in that space? And I think continuous experimentation, but also designing and building for what is relevant for Africa becomes key. And I think these are conversations now we can start to tailor. What does it look like in Africa, where more than 70% is in the informal economy, where the possibility of things like edge intelligence are likely to actually take root, same way M-Pesa did, and actually emerge from Africa and to drive real world use cases. So excited and looking forward to next steps in this conversation. Thanks.
No, thanks to you. I was really taking notes, and many of the issues that you mentioned, Andrew, you put it very nicely on the common purpose, because of course the search for talent and the search for representation, accompanying people in the transition is not only a role for the government. I think is also very important that the business sector chip into these questions. Let me now go to Jackson Carrier, who is representing the CEO of Consa Technopolis. This is a very important initiative, leading initiative in Kenya, and therefore probably the question will be, how do you, where are the opportunities, which sectors are there for Kenya to become a leader on these developments, and how we all talk about the Silicon Savannah of the region. So what are the actions there from companies and initiatives like yours?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jackson Kariri. I work for Konza Technopolis. So ideally, just to introduce what a Konza Technopolis is and why we are here. So Konza Technopolis is a government of Kenya initiative. We are building a smart city. It is a state agency under Ministry of ICT, State Department of ICT and Digital Economy. So exactly what we are doing is that we are building a smart city from the scratch, and it is a fully master planned smart city that is 5,000 acres, about 60 kilometers from Nairobi. And we are implementing it into phases, that is phase 1, 2, and 3. Currently, we are almost done with phase 1. So what is our role there? First is to do the horizontal infrastructure development. For example, we are doing the streetscapes, that is about 40 kilometers of streetscapes within the Technopolis. We've done the water reclamation facility. This is to ensure that we have sustainable water supply within the city. And then we have water treatment plant, automatic solid waste management system, city, smart city, city fiber network, and other facilities, the data center, and smart poles, and the rest. But back to the question, exactly what are the opportunities as we speak currently in our region and in Kenya at large? So there are so many opportunities in AI whereby, for example, we have in fintech or financial services, we've been able to see a lot of innovation, innovative solutions within the AI ecosystem, within the fintech industry. For example, what we've been able to see with M-Pesa, and what our colleague here has told us about M-Pesa, and even other solutions within the fintech industry. Even with their capabilities and their strength, they have the ability to detect fraud, or even be able to predict the customer behavior exactly on a particular region or a particular age group. So this is one of the applications of AI in the fintech or financial services. The other one more is on agriculture. We have a solution in agriculture that is called IGRO, whereby it has the ability to connect small-scale farmers with their financial aid providers. So this provides information to farmers, and they're able to collect information about their products and be able to diagnose or even provide support on a self-serviced base, whereby, for example, crops on the field, they're able to scan using their phone and be able to detect any anomaly. So the application has the ability to collect live data from the plant, and using artificial intelligence, they'll be able to predict the particular health or a particular situation whereby that particular crop is suffering from. The other one is particularly on education and even in health, but particularly on education, we have specific solutions that are geared towards education and the young generation in the country, whereby they're able to learn, to get self-paced learning modules, and have the ability or even to predict their performance, or even be able to predict if a student or a pupil will be able to drop out depending on specific metrics, for example, the welfare at home, their performance in school. So using this kind of behavioral data and be able to predict using machine learning and the models that have been put together with the algorithm, that is one of the application of AI in education. Then health, we have an application under health whereby called Sophie. I don't know if all of you may have come across it. So this application has the ability to collect data or even be able to chat live. It's a chatbot whereby it has the ability to chat with patients and collect information about their production systems and our production health. So this gives them predictive predictive services, or exactly what they need. For example, if they are suffering from a specific conditions, or they need any first aid care before they are taken to any health facility. So there's quite a lot. I don't have to take much time, but there's quite a lot of applications. And within the sector, within our region, we are really working hard to ensure that we are on the front line, especially on the fintech, education, health, and agriculture applications of AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackson, and very interesting initiative to have this tech ecosystem, because at the end it's also the enabling environment and the investment that can be there to support others that are taking advantage of it. All of the areas that you mentioned, I feel, are just so in line with the ambitions of the Kenyan government.
Exactly, and what the government is doing is to create that environment, the favorable environment, whereby these innovators can work and be able to deploy, test their solutions, most of it which are geared towards artificial intelligence. And the platforms that we've been able to provide, like the National Data Center, which is quite very good. And it uses also AI when it comes to infrastructure, or the data center infrastructure management for the eye cooling or the smart cooling. So this one we've been able to do with our vendors and our key partners. So those are some of the key initiatives that the government is doing, and even the agency, to ensure that we have good fairness of application of AI.
Yep.
Thank you.
Now that's one of the conundrums for many members, the question of data centers, data trust, but also to make it available. I want to bring to the conversation Boris Gamasai-Shikov from Salesforce, and I want to thank him because I think that you are connected at 6 o'clock or 5:30 your time.
Yeah, no worries.
Boris.
Honored to be here.
That really shows the commitment, and Salesforce also joined us in Slovenia. We have been working very closely with them, and I would like to ask you how in practice ethics is embedded in the systems, because at the end the Business Council of UNESCO for the implementation of the recommendation is to help us understand the technologies, is to advance ethical AI, but it's also for companies to have the systems inside their own frameworks to advance ethically all the operations. So can you share with us some of your experiences there?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to say I'm honored to be here today at this conference, and Salesforce is proud to be an active member of the UNESCO AI Business Council. And I also want to thank you personally, Gabrielle, for your leadership on ethical AI. So I'm Boris Gamasai-Shikov, and I lead AI sustainability at Salesforce. For those that don't know, Salesforce is an enterprise software company, and we're headquartered in San Francisco, where I'm calling from. But we have a global presence, and that includes Africa. So at Salesforce, we've been driving AI innovation since 2014. And as our company has grown, our core values, which include trust, equality, and sustainability, have been we develop AI.
I think it got cut.
And as we did.
Okay, go.
And as we develop AI, we ensure that these core values that are at the center of our products and our policy. So some specific examples, we ensure that AI is focused on accuracy, safety, honesty, empowerment, and sustainability. Each of those could be a talk in and of itself, but I'll really focus on that last piece, the environmental impacts of AI, because that's where my work lies. So we are currently at the beginning of a climate crisis, and I know all of us have started to feel the effects. And scientists tell us that to prevent the worst 18 months or so, the associated models that are required are orders of magnitude larger than anything before. And these models require significant energy, water, and then carbon emissions to train and deploy. So some data center forecasts have predicted a 4x energy increase by the end of the decade. So it's really important, and at Salesforce, we focus on sustainable AI. And so we're doing a number of things to reduce the carbon emissions associated with AI, starting with thinking about how the models that we select are developed and deployed. There's a wide range in terms of impact and in terms of size of AI models, and you don't necessarily need the largest, most powerful model for every task. That's like using a large truck to drive one person when something like a smaller vehicle would do. We focus on right-sizing models for the proper intended application and not necessarily needing to throw the largest, most massive model at a problem. And we think that there's a lot of validity and, within the tech space, there's more movement in this direction. Next, we focus on thinking about the hardware and the actual data center locations that are powering these models. Hardware is becoming more and more efficient over time. And data centers across the world, they're not equivalent when it comes to the carbon intensity. So we focus on training and deploying AI in lower carbon data centers powered by more clean technology. These techniques together have allowed our AI innovation to be significantly more environmentally friendly than a lot of other options that are out there. And we're really excited to be publishing these guidelines and to be collaborating with many folks, including through the UNESCO AI Business Council, on bringing these opportunities and these technologies to more people. And so while it's really important to minimize the impact of AI, we also know that there's so many opportunities, as we've heard, throughout this conference, to harness AI for good, for sustainability, for climate action. And so from our own product development to our philanthropic giving, to our ventures investment, we really are focused on catalyzing AI innovation. And one example that's really relevant is our ventures investment in a company called Amini, which is headquartered in Nairobi and focuses on providing high-quality environmental data for the continent of Africa. We've seen firsthand at Salesforce that without good data, AI just isn't going to work right. And areas with poor data coverage can be underserved by this tech innovation. And so that's where Amini comes in to drive systemic change and promote economic inclusivity for farmers and supply chain resilience across Africa. And so to these ends, to ensure that AI impact is properly managed and that the world is properly investing in this innovation to drive our sustainable development goals, we recently put out our AI sustainability policy principles, which our government affairs team is using to promote policies across the world that are in line with these principles. So I'll leave it there, but I'm really excited to be here and keep driving this conversation with transparency and collaboration as core values at the top. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And as you have seen, our dear audience here, you have heard from very different companies and very different perspectives, coming from how to ensure that there is good representation in the data, to ensure how do we invest in skills, how do we are a good. Can you close, please, your mics? And then this last intervention, which is very much in line with the recommendation, the question of the environmental impact. It is becoming more and more visible that AI technologies are not carbon neutral, are not water neutral, are not waste neutral. And therefore, having a Salesforce, which has these massive operations, looking very closely at these issues, where we can also learn, because this is also other part of the business sector, to business council, to learn from each other, is important. You will be happy to know, my dear panelists, is that Kenya is 90% energy renewable, green. So you have a good business here because it's just amazing, the thermal and all of the investments. The majority of the energy in Kenya is clean. So
yes, so I want to confirm that Kenya, about more than 90% of the energy that we use is green. This is from hydro, from geothermal, and from wind and even solar. Those are the key major energy sources that we currently use, which are very friendly to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackson. Now we have Jimena Luna from Lenovo. Lenovo was one of the companies that also signed to the Business Council in Slovenia, and we're very happy to have you connected, Jimena. And I would actually address the very same perspective of what we have been discussing, how Lenovo ensures that these developments, at least the ones where you are leading the way, are ethical, and how we can learn from the good or the bad practices for the matter.
Good afternoon, Gabriela, fellow panelists and everybody in Nairobi and those who are virtually connected. Hello from Washington, D.C. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, so you are also in the 6 a.m. time zone?
I am not. I'm in Washington, D.C., so it's 9 o'clock. I'm actually very, very happy to be here. I'm the senior manager and Lenovo's global AI policy lead in the government relations team. And it's truly a pleasure for me to be, participating in this Eastern Africa Sub-Regional AI Forum on AI, because I previously worked on digital development in Africa. I actually started my career working on African Indian Ocean countries and later moved on to talk about digital connectivity, digital skills. And now I find myself working on the AI space. So thank you again, Gabriela, and for asking these questions. Let me first start off by sharing one of our very exciting projects headed by a Lenovo research team in Brazil, the Libras project. So Libras is a Brazilian sign language similar to the American Sign Language, or ALS. And Brazil has approximately 2.3 million people that use Libras to communicate. And I think when we talk about the power of AI, we talk about these types of solutions. So basically, to understand the complexities of signing a language, you have to take into consideration your hand configuration, your articulation points, your directionality, movement, and the expression of your face and body, and also the speed at which a person signs. So last fall at Lenovo's Tech World event, our colleague and software developer, Gabriel, greeted our CEO, YY, using Libras sign language. Now, YY is not fluent in Libras, but through the power of AI, was able to understand Gabriel perfectly. And you want to know how? It's through our AI technology. A camera captured the precise movements of Gabriel's hands, while an AI engine created a real-time text and voice translation from Brazilian Libras sign language to voice translation in English in real time. So as you can see, the barrier between YY and Gabriel just became non-existent. And so as Lenovo, we are the #1 PC seller globally, and we have access to markets everywhere, across Asia, Europe, Africa, and Latin America. And for us, projects like Project Libra and what this quick interaction showcased was an accessibility solution, right? Powered by AI, which shows the diversity of our customers and our communities. And just imagine how life-changing this technology is for people that have difficulties communicating with others. What for us may seem simple, a technology such as this Libras project really is about creating inclusivity and creating connection. So while this is a use case of right now, we will be deploying this solution in Brazil in the coming months. So it's very exciting to be at this crossroads of time where these real-time scalable translation solutions make sure we help to deliver the vision of smarter AI for everybody. And to your point, Gabriela, you know, Lenovo sits in a very privileged position, and we champion responsible and ethical AI across regions and markets. We try to leverage our Smarter AI for All initiative, our expertise, our research, and our strategic thinking to support these types of engagement opportunities at places like UNESCO that enable positive impact and reach in 190 plus countries and member states. So what are we doing at Lenovo right now to foster responsible AI? We believe in ethical AI to harness the power of AI for good. And it's important for Lenovo to partake in these commitments and take responsibility for our innovations, right? As one of the first 8 global tech companies to support this declaration, we're committed to building ethical AI tools and adopt the principles behind UNESCO's ethical AI recommendations when we design and deploy AI systems. You know, we try to reinforce this commitment to responsible and ethical AI by prohibiting AI that manipulates or exploits a person's vulnerabilities, that classifies people based on their social behavior or socioeconomic status, or that poses a risk to a person's health, safety, or fundamental human rights. Internally, you know, we've developed processes for our AI development that use proper human oversight and protect people's privacy throughout the life cycle of the AI system. Our AI systems collect and retain data only when there is a legitimate purpose and only to the minimum extent possible. And really, our AI tools are guided by human judgment and ethical considerations.
Excellent.
We also, thank you, Gabriela. I mean, we're really trying hard because we know that our impact is global and people are touching AI through our devices. Otherwise, AI may be something, you know, that people hear about, but to actually use it in our daily lives, for connectivity, for inclusivity, to make our work more efficient, is truly what we value. Internally, we expect responsible stewardship of trustworthy AI systems, which lead to beneficial outcomes for our customers, our employees, and society. And I think participating in these types of forums and sharing our best practices as a global tech multinational is really where we're looking to get more involved in. We're looking to get involved with UNESCO to share our best practices and participate in knowledge exchanges. You know, whether that's in North America, in Africa, in Europe, or Asia, we're ready to provide technical cooperation and share best practices. So thank you.
Thanks to you, and this is very interesting because what you have mentioned, Jimena, is how these technologies can be so promising for people with disabilities to get information but at the same time how combined with other technologies, we're now working on the question of the ethics of neurotechnology that is so promising, but at the same time on the issue of profiling or manipulation can also be very problematic. So great examples. Thank you so much. And now I want to call to Ángel Melguizo because he has been helping us along with Eleonora Lam, Natalia, to put up together the Business Council. And so what would be, you have heard all of this fantastic group of business sector, Ángel, What would be the next steps for this cooperation?
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me well. If it's the
Yes.
case, just clap. Yeah. So thank you very much, and let me first apologize.
Now we lost you. I don't know if the screen can hear him.
On where we are taking the Business Council and UNESCO work with the private sector, and one personal promise. First idea, and I think it has been heard yesterday and in this panel, is that governing AI is urgent because of the speed of the digital transformation, and it can be good for all or almost for all, because good governance, good rules are important to foster investment and innovation, because companies, as the ones that we are working with, are natural allies with policymakers, the civil society, and the academia to build a solid governance. Nothing is too complex not to be able to govern. Think about flying planes or designing medicines or approving food categories. And we have to act proactively, because some of the effects of this AI and some of the risks, if they materialize, either they have too deep effects or they are effects that are irreversible. So governing AI is good for all. Second idea is that governing AI is also good business and good for businesses. Companies more and more are able to attract talented workers as the ones that we are having in this session, if they are running a sustainable and responsible AI. Companies are able to attract and to get more investment. And it's going to be sooner than later that ethical AI is going to be a label, as it is the green labels of environmental sustainability that Boris was stressing. And also clients, customers are seeing more and more, are being more demanding to companies. Not to mention that regulation is coming. So good AI is also good business. Third idea is that there is a responsible private sector who is promoting, because of their business, but also because of the values, this ethical AI. We have been successful in this Business Council project initiative to find a lot of tech and telco, Telefonica, GSMA, Microsoft, Salesforce, LG, Telstra last week from Australia, and hopefully a couple of more that we cannot announce, but are members of the Business Council. But given AI is a general purpose technology, we need also companies using AI, developing AI for the things that matter for people: health, education, culture, environment. And this group of companies that I insist exist, and they are, as our allies, are advocates of the UNESCO recommendations, are participants in the RAMs, in the exercises that we are doing in the countries, are leading by the example, because they are actually already implementing the UNESCO recommendation inside the services, and we will be also sharing some good practices. And the fourth idea, and with this I conclude, is that we need an African voice, and that has been a motto since I was connected yesterday early morning, also following this event. And that's why we're so thrilled to have, let's say, this unofficial launch of the African chapter of the Business Council, because Africa is still young. Digital passion is there, mobile and telecommunication innovations are there, and they should be reasons why to base an Africa who is more relevant in this AI-powered society and economy. It's also important to get some brains back, which was some of the discussion in the previous session. Indeed, AI is a lot about technology, about tech innovation, about computing power, and when we see middle and lower income regions, they are not at the top. But it is also people, culture, talent, language, and there we have tones in Africa. So these are my four ideas. Governing AI is good for all, it's good business. We have a responsible AI sector, and we are thrilled to open this African chapter. And let me close with a promise. I mean, I'm pretty sure, Eddie Ramos, we will have more African events and African-led initiatives in the future. I promise I will be there in person next time. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And thank you all, this a responsible and ethical corporate sector that joined this morning, afternoon.
Thank you, Angel, and thank you also for that very, very strong commitment. Indeed, with the Business Council, I feel that we can devise some of the solutions that we need on fostering inclusive and sustainable AI developments. I want to open the floor to our participants here. I don't know if you would like to raise a question, comment, or objection about what you have heard? I don't see any comment from the audience. So maybe we can just go back to our speakers and make a very, very concrete follow-up issue that is quite important. Where would you put the emphasis? The companies that are located in Africa, they have more experience, but you have mentioned, many of you, the question of talents, the question of youth, the fact that we have one of the most younger region in the world. How do we really empower youth to take advantage of these technologies and to find better ways of developing their skills? What are the companies doing? And maybe we go again in the same way that we started. We start with Microsoft, with Akua, and then Andrew, Jackson, Jimena, and Angel, because that's a promise, but it's also a huge challenge. And when you think how the market is changing and how the technologies, of course, can deliver for good, as you have all mentioned, with very specific examples and with the work that we will be doing with you. But one of the most important pressing challenges of Africa is to bring youth to formality, to jobs, to progress, to stability. How can we work together on that very specific challenge? Akua.
I'm wondering if you could give me a minute because I'm experiencing some technical difficulties. So if I can maybe go last, I would be really grateful.
Fine. Andrew?
Please confirm whether you can hear me. Thank you. I'll proceed. So thanks. And I think the question around talent and youth, and when you look at Africa and even East Africa, where the median and average age is hovering between 19 to 20 years for most countries. Now that is great potential because one thing you'd associate with youth is agility and ability to learn. So it's actually an opportunity right there. And I think for the youth from that perspective, and Safaricom is also passionate about supporting the youth and their enterprises to actually grow. And I'll speak to a couple of things also from a Safaricom perspective, but also at a wider industry perspective in terms of what is possible. I did mention initially issues to do with the curriculum. Of course, most youth are at university level, college level, and perhaps tertiary institutions of learning. So by impacting the curriculum, and we appreciate changing the curriculum, especially at a university, is not a 1 month or a 1 year affair. It could take several years. And part of the approach we've taken is augmentation of the curriculum, which in terms of guest lectures, having term paper problems that are based on industry, and actually leveraging some of these technologies. So that's one way from an academic perspective. But we also recognize not everyone perhaps within this region can afford to, or even has an opportunity to get to tertiary institutions. And we also run a couple of open programs that can actually have youth come to collaborate and use some of the tools that we avail to them to be able to take advantage of these new technologies. Some of the things like labs, we've invested in various youth centers, capability in terms of innovation labs to be able to actually drive a platform for experimentation And this helps the youth to now get in touch with the latest technology and trends. We've not stopped there as well. We are working with startups, most which are led by the youth, and we have what we call the Spark Accelerator Fund, and we leverage thematic technology areas like AI, fintech, and we're able to invest into a couple of startups to be able to develop their solutions. And for these startups, we also give them our own internal expertise to be able to work with them. Also, another area is around availing some of our platforms that we've built internally. And some of them include like what we call Daraja. These are fintech APIs where you can basically come and build, and we're looking to actually build more platforms like this. And through such platforms, we have close to 100,000 youth-led startups that are actually experimenting and building products, employing a larger number of youth along the line. But also we've seen companies that have been valued at over 1 billion Kenya shillings just arise from experimenting with some of our APIs. In perspective, that's about $10 million. And these are companies that have just come and they're using the APIs and they're able to grow. So from a perspective of how do we enable the youth, then it's to provide the platforms, partly investment as well in terms of money, also at times access to expertise, which is within the industry. Yep. And I believe based on the demographics and the opportunity that is there, I think much more can be done. And I think the way to now focus it is to focus on AI that actually solves the local problems. And what we encourage in most of these programs is to solve a problem within your locality. But as you're solving it, think globally. How can you solve it in another similar situation in a different country? So by driving this, then we're able to harness the power that is within our youth, where there's great potential. And happy to hear perspectives from other colleagues on the call as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those very practical and concrete, not only suggestions, but actions that you are already going through. We have only 10 minutes to go, so I will ask my dear speakers that you stick to no more than 2 minutes each. Jackson, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So how do we include the youth when it comes to talent and jobs in the country? So looking at the key 5 pillars for the current government, that is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and looking at the pillar number 5, that is the digital superhighway and the creative economy. So this is where we are getting, or where we are finding the youths. And from our perspectives, we as Konza Technopolis and as Ministry of ICT, what we are doing is on the digital hubs or the Konza digital laboratories. Currently, we've deployed 205 sites for the Konza digital labs, and we've been able to launch about 81. So there's a distinct between the digital labs and the digital hubs. So the government of Kenya currently is planning to deploy or to do 1,450 digital hubs in the entire the low level of administrative unit, which is the ward level. So they will be broken down into 3 categories. Number 1 will be the Center of Excellence, whereby we are going to do 100. Then we have the standard, and then we have the basic. So this will include the infrastructure, the compute, the training, access, and the opportunities. Within that particular program or framework, we'll be able to train the youth. We'll be able to provide them with an opportunity or a space whereby they'll be able to work, they'll be able to learn, they'll be able to reskill and learn new skills so that they can be very competitive in the market. Other aspects include the infrastructure. There's a lot of work that the government has done when it comes to infrastructure. Number 1 is the Konza Cloud, whereby we have a lot of products such as platform as a service, whereby the youth can be able to code, develop the application, test, and be able to take it out to the market, and then do the training and offer incentives, be able to take their solutions within the special economic zone, such as Konza Technopolis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jackson. So important to have these hubs and these centers of excellence, but more importantly, to give access to young people And not only the young people that are very well prepared, but those that you also need to invest for them to take advantage. Boris, over to Salesforce.
Yeah, so we know at Salesforce that the rise of generative AI in particular has the opportunity when the tools are easily accessible to close a lot of gaps when it comes to inequality around education, et cetera. But if those spaces are not available, it can actually increase the digital divide. So we really focus on trying to provide resources as much as possible freely across the world. And one example of that is the Trailhead platform. So anybody can go to trailhead.com, and it's a free learning platform where you can learn about all these technologies that I've talked about today, across AI, across sustainability, across technology. We really hope that those types of initiatives can help start bridging that digital divide. And we've also established accelerators for nonprofits that are working on these types of workforce development projects, but may not have access to the technology to really help operationalize and help accelerate their mission. So we're thinking about it from those perspectives, and we're really just at the beginning of the journey, and would love feedback from folks on what can the private sector do to really help here. Thanks.
And Boris, this, I suppose that you're also talking about some of your operations in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yes.
We're looking forward to the outcomes. Jimena, Lenovo, again.
Hi, Gabriela. So thanks again. I should start off by saying that I'm relatively new to Lenovo. So I don't know of specific initiatives happening in Africa right now, but I do know that, Kenya, everyone is sitting in Nairobi. Kenya has such a vibrant tech ecosystem, and there are also other ecosystems developing around the continent of Africa. I think, we have to empower youth with the right digital skills to be able to get those new jobs that will be created in the coming years through AI, because there will be some jobs that will be eliminated, displaced, but there is so much opportunity for youth, especially in Africa, to engage, through entrepreneurship, reinforcing digital skills to help youth get better jobs and improve their livelihoods. So as Boris mentioned, we are very interested in collaborating on projects to help bridge the digital divide. We see the importance of youth to get these new jobs of the future. So I will have to go back to our commercial education leads and come back with ideas of how we can collaborate with UNESCO on some of your initiatives.
But I think that you already have put some of the elements there, because one of the challenges is exactly what Jackson mentioned. How do we ensure that this is not only for the youth that are prepared to take advantage of the opportunities, but that we can also present some actions, very concrete actions, to reach out those that are not yet there. Angel, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you. And let me just go one step backwards and stress that when we speak about governing AI, sometimes it's regulation. Oftentimes means, let's say, reinforcing institutions or even building new ones. But in every case, it's human capital. It's skills in no particular order, as a former both of us would have said. So that's why at the Business Council, actually, we have a full section of skills resources that the member companies offer both for the public sector, but also for the private sector, and particularly relevant given the economic structure in many countries in Africa, for micro enterprises, for small and mid-sized enterprises, which don't have the resources to have, let's say, fully fledged, ethical, responsible AI departments inside. So this is one of the contributions and the roles that we want the Business Council to play. That is also a mentoring, skilling, upskilling, reskilling of the labor force, because this AI revolution means reskilling for all of us also who thought that our creative roles were totally isolated by the digital revolution. This is also for us, but not only for others. What we want and what we need is also companies in our business council who implement the ethical impact assessment inside their companies, and the human capital is a key one to make sure that all employees, as also Boris and Jimena mentioned, have the human capacities. I mean, in terms of design, public-private partnerships are needed because obviously private companies can anticipate where and how they're going to be needing some activities. There should be short-term. I mean, given the speed of technology, 3 to 6 months training programs work and are really important to bridge a gap until our academic systems that take 10, 15 years adapt. And also, why not rotations between regions to make sure that employees and the workers learn from the good practices in some other regions, but then go back. So we have to obviously bring back some brains to the region to make sure that this demographic dividend that is going to be for 15, 20 years. I feel really old, Andrew, after you mentioned the average age in Africa. Well, you have time. Some other regions had less time, so that's a huge opportunity that we are seeing.
Yeah, but there is a window of opportunity, and we need to take advantage of it. Last but not least, Akua, please.
Yes, and thank you for bearing with me as I had some technical difficulties. I'm really glad that you asked the question, to be honest, because it allows me to talk a little bit about the fantastic job some of my colleagues here in Kenya, but also across Africa, have been driving when it comes to promoting AI literacy and digital skills. So over the last couple of years, we've helped train millions of youth across Africa preparing for a future where this sort of digital prowess that we talked about today is very paramount. And we're investing a lot more. We have skilling programs such as an AI skills initiatives. We're offering courses of generative AI on LinkedIn Learning. And so far, I think they've already reached 80 million people worldwide. This includes also really new and especially free course content developed with LinkedIn, as well as a first professional certificate on generative AI, which part of our Skills for Jobs program, because one of the things we are really passionate about is how do we develop these skills that actually allow people to actually use them when it comes to having jobs, accessing jobs, and then having relevant skills to do this work. But we also realize that having the strategic partnerships that many of us talked about today, both in the public and the private sector, is critical to unlock the potential of Africa's youth when it comes to implementing these holistic, sustainable initiatives. In addition, some of our work, for example, here with our African Development Center that has lots of engineers operating right out of Kenya, we figured it's really important to tailor the programs, thinking about not only the specific economic and social context of the different regions in Africa we're working in, but also thinking about the needs of the youth as they're sort of utilizing these. We're working in collaboration with a lot of organizations. One comes to mind is we made a recent announcement with the African Development Bank, for example, here. It's called the Youth in Africa Initiative. Our goal is to upskill 50 million youth and create 25 million jobs across Africa in the next couple of years. And it's just one of the many examples where how do you do this in a multi-pronged, holistic way to make sure, as I said, that these initiatives are just not one in, one out, but it's sustainable and really democratizes the access to AI, because I think that's one of the key issues that we need to think about when we think about how to empower everyone to develop AI tools, to use them, and to benefit from them across our continent. And that's something that I'm really passionate about, and I'm excited that many of us think similarly, because in the end, it's really just the partnerships that we can make it happen. Thank you.
That's a very nice way to close this fantastic panel. I'm very glad that we have the voices of business sector that are working with UNESCO for an ethical AI. But as you have heard, ethical doesn't mean only to control the downsides. Ethical means to think how we can put in place the decision, the investments to allow for people to take advantage of it. And because Africa is such a young continent, the more we invest in the anticipatory capacities of young people to take advantage of these very rapidly evolving, as Boris mentioned, jobs that will be completely transformed in very short time span is very important. At UNESCO, besides the ethics of AI, I also lead the work on youth, and we have programs to invest in youth-led initiatives, and it's just amazing how much you can advance when you give an opportunity, and also when you accompany youth with their initiatives. So thank you so much. Very promising, this partnership. Thanks for coming. It would not be complete, as I said, the discussion, if we didn't have the African part of the Business Council of UNESCO's Ethical AI. So great to have you here. Great to have particularly the participants from Africa, the CONSA Technopolis, and also Safari Lam. So,
excuse me, just before you end, kindly.
Sorry, yes, who's talking?
This is Nyange Mwasya. May I go on?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Nyange Mwasya from Kenya Institute Special Education, an institution specializing on issues training to personnel who deal with persons with disability, and also issues of functional assessment and research. But then now, talking of, I'm really happy to be in part of this discussion, considering that, especially now that I'm a person with disability, visually impaired to be specific, totally blind. Now, in this kind of discussion, it really makes me happy to see that there's lots of people who are ready to bring ethics, and especially when it comes to development and use of artificial intelligence, considering the fact that most persons with disability tend to be supported by their assistants to complete one or two tasks, since due to the disabling environment that is posed by one or two devices or software that they may use. So now, just before you end this, I wanted to put across that to persons with disability, technology makes things possible, but to the rest of those without an impairment, technology makes things easier. So because of that, when we are developing, a call to all the developers and anybody that is involved in the AI development and even issues to do with ethics, as we develop anything in relation to this, I really wish to call upon all of us to be keen in terms of making everything possibly accessible, so that we may reduce dependence of persons with disability to their assistants or third parties who may infringe in their rights in terms of data access and even content. Secondly, I would wish to reiterate that there's lots of efforts that are done to support different persons with disabilities in the world. But having said that, I would also wish to continually encourage all the leading companies and institutions, UNICEF, Huawei, Lenovo, Safaricom, Google, and all of those that are involved in these discussions, to make sure that as we develop any piece of technology that we intend to sort an issue to persons with disability, that we involve them, since they also know the challenges that they face themselves. Hence, it means it's also possible that they know what can be done to bring a solution to what they are suffering from. Otherwise, I'm really grateful to having this discussion take place. And lastly, a challenge, and especially to Mr. Jackson and Engineer Marcella from Safaricom. You mentioned about training to personnel, especially the youth, on issues technology, and specifically AI. Now, I'm wondering, if you've also put in consideration the number of people that you may target in terms of persons with disability, and even how to approach, considering that training to persons with disability is more meaningful when it is one-on-one. Thank you.
Can you repeat your name, please, and where you come from?
All right, I said my name is Nyange Mwasia. You can also call me Zachary, from Kenya Institute of Special Education, commonly known as KISEP, located in Kasarani, here in Nairobi, that deals with training of personnel who support different persons with disability, issues research, and also functional assessment.
Well, it's great that we finish with this. I will ask my friends here to go directly and answer your question on how much they are targeting a person with disability, and also ensuring that in the universe of support that you're considering, you are including them. But Zakaria, you are going to be put in the program because you were not expected, but you ensure a magnificent closing of this panel because you made it real. And this is the kind of challenge that we confront. This is the challenge. And the more we provide answers to the very specific needs of people, the more we will delivering the inclusive outcomes that we want for these technologies. I need to close now because we are half an hour late, not my fault, but it's great to have you. And of course, this is just the beginning of the conversation. Thank you so much. And big applause to our speakers and our business sector and all of you. Thank you so much.
Have tomorrow the high-level part of it, where we are expecting ministers from the region to share also their perspective of this on this important conversation. We know you are monitoring the social media. You are aware of what is happening in town, and the challenge is this at this point right now. But we also have a little side event that is meant to conclude this day. And I want to maybe call on my colleague, Shaman, if you want to say something about, but just note, all of you, you are invited to the high-level segment, yeah, where it's not only for ministers. So please be there. We are resuming tomorrow morning at 9:30. Have a wonderful evening. Shaman, please.
So thank you very much, Hugh. So without further ado, you can see what we have presented on the screen, which is the side event, very much in tandem with the discussions that we had today during the second panel, which talks very much about investing in African languages. And there is a lot of work that UNESCO is doing on promoting multilingualism in cyberspace. So it's going to be a side event in room 23 on the 3rd floor. It will be something that's very interactive. If you're still keen to stay with us for just a little bit of half an hour to 45 minutes, we promise it will be activity-filled, interactive. My colleagues have designed a little bit of a Mentimeter activity to sort of get also feedback on how you think AI terminologies should be translated into Kiswahili. And if you go upstairs, we also have a freebie for you, which is a published book. It's an AI comic strip on UNESCO's publication on Insight AI, an algorithmic adventure that you can bring back to your colleagues from whatever organizations and countries that you are from. So you're very welcome to join us, and we'll see you upstairs in room 23. Thank you.